How you doing, gamers? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Make sure the audio's coming through. Coolio. Ooh, is there a box to click on? There's 2 boxes to click on. Oh, baby. Get some drones. 24 AC/DC shards. Those are the best ones. Those are my favorites. Those and ship components. Drones are mostly worthless. We got plenty of those. Turn off YouTube auto ads. Absolutely rad. Look at you, the real MVP. I actually remembered yesterday morning before we went live, but I was updating the thumbnail this morning and forgot. I appreciate the poke. So it's really interesting. Something that's funny in a sad sort of way that you see across a lot of games is Dark Legion updated one of their resource systems, adding a new intel mechanic to their game, or a new part of their intel mechanic to the game, and people were really mad that they changed the economy system in the way that they did. But they actually made it better. They made everybody get more stuff for less, and people were just mad because they assumed it was worse because it was different. And I really liked the new system change. So it costs you 40 intel to launch one of these rallies now for your alliance. But like here, I get 60k chips, stims, and metal in here. And if I compare that to the anti-crime network, the way I used to spend these, this is 40k just chips for 20. So if I do it at a comparable rate at 40, it's 80,000 chips, a little bit less than that for 40, whereas I could get 60,000 chips, 60,000 stims, and 60,000 alloy, all for a better price. So basically you get what? You get 75% times 3 is, you get 225%, so you get over twice as many resources overall. So it's like very marginally worse if you only want one of the resources, but realistically, long term, you want all 3. You want all of stims and alloy and what's it called, so that way you can make your numbers bigger in a few different ways. It's really a net positive, especially since they added the Cerebro system where people care about getting chips. Like, chips are such a good end game resource now that it's really very, very positive upgrade overall. Before they made this change, I was like struggling for like which of the 3 resources I wanted to get, because like, you know, you're working towards higher levels in here. I'm 8 levels off the max. You want more alloy to craft more gear, and you want chips to spit out scarabs, and now you just get to have your cake and eat it too. It's very lovely. Speaking of lovely, Sir Miss a lot, thank you for the 53 months. I appreciate the almost 4.5 years. Welcome back. Edmund, I accidentally tapped the 50 pull. They did add the 50 pull button, which is useful for mornings like this where I want to pull 250 of these. So average stats, we should get 3 copies of Riddler out of 250 pulls. Getting 1 plus another mythic out of the first 50 is really good. Hey Jeff, is there any chance you revisit Shadowverse Worlds Beyond eventually? I think it's unlikely I revisit Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. What's the best way to put it? Shadowverse Worlds Beyond ended up feeling like a digital version of a paper card game where like they don't really leverage the benefits you get from being digital particularly well, especially in terms of balance. I really can't go back to playing a game that manages itself like Magic the Gathering, where you get such infrequent balance passes. All right. Let's see if we can beat the odds and get more than 3 Riddlers here, huh? My first Riddler took a lot. Ooh, we got 2 again. So on average, you're guaranteed to get 1 of these per 50 pull. So hitting 4 in 100 is beating the odds for us here. Thanks for streaking as well, Sir Missalot. Woo-hoo-hoo! All right, talk about beating the odds. Well, we should definitely be on track to get 3. This is why you save the big pulls to do on stream, chat. So you can have the extra variance in your favor. I'll take another one of those, please, huh? Oh man, we've gotten 2 or more at every 50 bomb. What a sicko. Is this a new card game? No, Dark Legion is a character collector squad RPG style game. So you collect friends in the DCIP. All right, we take those. You collect friends in the DCIP, and you build them up, and you put different gear on them, and then you slot them into where's my group? You slot them into different configurations of characters where you're lining up different types and team bonuses from around the DC universe with the correct mixtures of characters. And the team structures are relatively similar to what you expect in this type of game. Like, you have more durable units up front. You'll typically have a healer and another support of some kind, mix of damage dealers and stuff like that. And then a lot of their end game content is based around like alliance versus alliance battles, which is fun. Got a pretty active group on one of the servers. I got a few more. We're out of 50 pulls. I'm gonna run the shards all the way down. Usually they offer me an extra bundle to buy when we run completely out of shards, which I have resources in the bank to buy because I'm a fish. Harpoon me daddy fun plus. Can we get a 4th Riddler? I think we've had a lot of legendaries so far this morning. I think we're only at 3. Thanks, Jeff. Game was fun enough for me to buy a second constructor. Second constructor is a real solid pickup for sure. Makes the early to mid game progression a lot quicker and cleaner. All right, I get 1 more mythic in 3. We'll run down the last 3 on the singles. See who we get. All right, who we get? Oh, Penguin's so poopy. All right, where we end up at? We got a lot of actual mythics out of there. But I think we just hit average on the raw number of Riddlers we hit. So how many we got? I got 100 and...
Between a cat and a comma.
We got 3 copies out of that, so it's 120. It'll put us to 5 blue. I'm gonna keep pulling on this guy for most of his run here, I think, probably. He's up on the banner for 24 more days, 23 more days. One of the questions people have when they're playing games like this is like, how high are you supposed to put your characters? And like, these types of games always, how free to play friendly is this game? So this is the type of game where you can pay for power and there's basically always a bigger fish. So like, if you're someone that like has to be at the top of whatever PvP ladder you're playing and you're not going to be happy if you can't do that, this is definitely a tough type of game for you to play. But if you focus on just making your numbers bigger and having plans and rotating through a lot of these games, the fun in them for me is like planning out which characters I'm going to pull and then working towards teams and making small iterative improvements over time while collecting characters that I like. And you gotta understand there's always a bigger fish. Yeah, enjoying them is about setting your own goals. So like even talking about like, you know, people say how far do you pull out a character for? It really isn't. More is always better, but you basically need to you want to figure out like whether you're free to play or spending a bit. You want to figure out like where you get to in terms of like your average pull with the resources that you get, and then just get your characters to similar amounts of stars. So I spend a bit, and I'm part of their content creator program, so I get some freebies for that. So a lot of the characters that I'm working on eventually get up to like yellow and red for most of them. Which red is the tippy top, but it takes a little while, right? Like we just pulled 250 on him, and he's gonna be up to 5 blue, so you gotta go through blue, purple, yellow. I'm gonna get him to at least, I think I'm pulling Riddler to at least 1 yellow. If he ends up feeling good in the team I want to work on him on, I'll probably end up pushing him into red, I think is my plan overall. I don't have Arkham characters built up on my team because Joker's pretty bad in PvP. Joker's a very good PvE character. He's good against like the bosses and stuff, but most of the teams I'm working on at this point, I'm working on for PvP stuff, and this is the team I want to work on him on. Nightwing's one of my favorite DPSs and best built carries. I think he's the highest individual power character on my account, but he really eats it to opposing teams with assassins in them, and Riddler's a character that makes a big shield in addition to applying debuffs to the opponent. So Nightwing likes the debuffs he applies, and then I'm hoping Riddler's shield can maybe give him some sustain against the assassin teams that typically just eat his breakfast. This is my hope. Speaking out, I clear my PvP battles. Cyborg over Martian Manhunter. So Manhunter does not have good synergy with this fam at all. This slot here, if I'm playing Riddler, you want it to be a Titan, because I only have 3 Titans in this team. Because 3 Titans gets you extra crit damage. And this slot is either Donna or Cyborg, or I think it could be Raven. I could potentially drop the Titan bonus and play Batman in that slot too, but I think I want the Titan bonus. And before Riddler, you'd play Raven in this slot as a healer or Starfire, and she's a Titan, which gives you more flexibility here. But I like Cyborg because he does a defense drop that Nightwing really likes. This is probably my best squad. They've got the biggest number, and they're a good mix of powers. I use Manhunter in here. I like him a lot. This team is a really solid anti-meta team because it tends to be good against both Assassins and Justice League Dark, which are the 2 top PvP teams. And one of the other things too, when you start playing the game longer term, is you're not just thinking about one single team. Like when you're playing Meta Brawl, you want your individual best 5, but like I don't have all 5 of my best characters in this best team that I have, because a lot of the stuff is about sending out multiple squads and fighting with multiple squads. So you kind of want to figure out like a balance between your teams on who you're sending where and stuff. Like here, this is the team before Riddler. I'll probably start using Riddler now that he's 5 blue. I think 5 blue Riddler is probably comparable to Batman. Batman's really only okay. I wish they'd buff him. He's such an iconic character, and his kit's kind of mediocre. So I'll probably slide Cyborg forward and cut Batman and put Riddler in here once I roll him up to the 5 blue. But yeah, like the type of thing I like doing in these games is like figuring out like which characters I'm going, like, to give you an idea of like how I think about the game. Yeah, sometimes villains synergize with each other, so like you'll see these team bonuses on the side, so like having multiple Justice League characters gives them bonus, or Justice League Dark, or energy wielders versus metahumans and stuff. So like the types of things I'm thinking about when I'm planning out teams, like for instance, this is my Amazon's team, which is one of my stronger ones, and we know that Artemis is going to be the character in the bleed after Riddler leaves. So like she's another Amazon in here, so I'm probably going to pull Artemis to replace Superman in this team, because that'll give me extra Amazon synergy here. When we get up to 4 of them, these bonuses increase, and then that'll let me punt Superman into this last team over Shazam, and he's stronger than Shazam. So I'm kind of like mapping out in my mind which characters are coming up that I want to pull for as I work, as they come up in the thing for my different teams to get stronger overall with better mixes of characters. Kiwi, thank you for the 27 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Our power levels are close here. They might clean me out. I probably want extra sustain. I think I might want... So these different ships give different bonuses. So this one gives me a shield partially into the fight, which is a little bit extra sustain. That's the one they're playing as well here. I think I want the Justice League chip. Gives me spiritual resistance. Either that one or this one. I might want this. I think I want... The opponent's team hits really hard with spiritual damage with this dork. So raising spiritual defense is really appealing here. Let's try this. We might lose this fight. Let's see how it goes.
By my royal command.
The spell has been cast. The darkness.
I don't play by the rules.
Oh, it's gonna be close. If Starfire heals again here. Nice. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, we had enough sustain in there. I think they're John ulted, or did he not? Yeah, I think he got one big crack in there. And then Manhunter and Swamp Thing are the damage dealers. Is this real-time PvP or async like Galaxy? This is async PvP. So you set a defense and then people, so like I have a defense set here and then people attack into it. Using Manhunter versus Constantine is funny. It is, yeah. And this is the type of game where, like, the attacker has an advantage. Because, like, for instance, the units I use to attack that person are different than the units I use on defense. Because I think this team is a little bit more, has a little bit more diverse matchup spread. In the Alliance Discord, Entman, you could ask in the Dark Legion thread in the Hoaglandia Discord, or if you're in the Legends Discord server, there's a squad lab one in there where we chat. Like this person here, their power is one of the things, you know, I said there's always someone with a bigger number in this game, and occasionally you're the person with the bigger number. Like my team is almost 2x their stats here. We probably clean them no problem. I'm gonna change my ship and my chip here because this is a team that deals physical damage, and this ship gives me extra physical defense for the start of the fight. But my numbers are enough bigger than theirs that it probably doesn't matter. Their Nightwing's pretty strong though. He's almost max, but I think we're good. That fight wasn't particularly competitive just because my team is so much bigger than theirs. This is probably one where we're okay too. You can definitely punch up a good degree. Like I've got screenshots of my teams that are like 9 or 10 million clearing teams that are 14 and 15 million on occasion if you hit the right mixture of composition. They have an interesting mix. So they have Kara here as their primary damage dealer. And then they have Swamp Thing and Hippolyta. I like Manhunter. So Manhunter has a counter attack, so he's really good against people that do AoE damage. I think I want this ship that gives me extra damage over time. This actually might be a comp where I want to play my more aggressive team. Yeah, maybe I want to do this and use this ship that hits harder faster. So, Supergirl Kara, her ability is she revs up over time. So the longer the fight goes, the stronger she gets by a good deal. Let's try this. So ideally, Death Metal Wonder Woman here with the chainsaw is gonna clear Kara before she gets going.
Great Hera.
My turn.
By my royal command.
My turn.
Our support in the back got cleared. Swamp Thing got to ult again. I think Kara's still here though, which is really bad for us. Really need to clear her before she ults again, or we're probably cooked. She dead? Cool. Yeah, you can see in the previous fight, Swamp Thing had been close to John Jones here on damage you're doing, but Death Metal Wonder Woman is a big damage carry. She did a lot. Oh, you can see here, this is a good example of like their their numbers in a couple of places are better than mine. Like their ship upgrades are higher and their total champion power was higher, but my team composition is better into theirs. Like this is probably outside of my power range. 18 million's a lot stronger than me. Yeah. Red John, Max John with Max this plus a bigger ship. This team, it says high risk here. This group of people would just clear me, no problem. Your alliance is LOL. Yeah, we so a lot of the end game stuff in this type of game is like team based. So we had a Just Hoaglandia alliance, then we ended up merging with another on our server, so we could have other folks that were stronger in our group. Yeah, I think I like this comp into Assassins. This is a close one, but I think this is usually good for us. Could Amazons be a reasonable team for me? I have Queen Hip at 2 blue and Donna at 1 purple. You need a decent damage dealer in with them. Death Metal Wonder Woman was an event character that's not going to come back for a little bit, but what's her name? Artemis coming up is potentially a damage dealer, but you could also play like another damage dealer in with them. Like if you have Nightwing, he deals physical damage, is kind of interesting in with them. You could play Superman in with my Amazons in one of my compositions. So like team building is basically loosely you want some team synergies because these bonuses have value in terms of the stats that you get, but then you also want to make sure you're filling in particular roles on your team. So like give this team, for example, as an example, Wonder Woman and Swamp Thing are durable characters that we have up front to take damage because these ones take aggro from the leads, the opponent's leads. Zatanna is a support who increases damage that my team deals. Hippolyta provides shields to the team, so she gives us some sustain. And then Death Metal Wonder Woman is my damage dealer. So there's some flexibility in exactly how those roles go. Like this team, for example, that my opponent's playing is like an Assassin's team, so it doesn't have any healers. It just tries to burst you down before healing can matter. But generally speaking, like 2 tanks, a damage dealer, an offensive support, and some type of healing or defensive support is like the general mix for a reasonable team, while also trying to line up some team synergies. Like this fight's probably gonna be pretty fast one way or another. Either we're gonna die or they are, because they don't have sustain. I think we're dead. Oh, are we good? Swamp Thing died before he could ult there. It looks like we pulled through anyways. Yeah, our damage dealer popped there. There's cleated through the back, but so again, little bit more power than me. Ship at similar points. I think our team comp tends to be good into the Assassins. All right. I think that's everything I wanted to Dark Legion with this morning. I'm going to send some of my ships on expeditions before I leave so I can collect some resources for when I come back in 6 or 7 hours or whatever. And then we'll dive on into some snapping. I got to clear some weekend missions in Snap. And then I think we're going to start building some decks before the new season goes live at 1 o'clock, eh? Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Hip's a pretty solid character overall. I also expect she'll probably rerun when Artemis comes back next month. When Artemis comes up next month, I would wager. It is Dragon Day. How many of the haters are gonna remember Sandman exists? I mean, is Sandman even that good though? He kind of sucks, yeah. How many cards are released? That's a good question. We got 4 cards coming out today. There's always 3 Series 5 on the first day. Well, Season Pass plus 2 new Series 5 on the first day of the season. You can get this one either in stat packs or for the extra $10 in the premium pass. And then we're gonna get Series 4 cards today as well. We should probably have a command about the free one on the web shop, right? Good catch. Not my dance. Yes, we should get a patch sometime this morning as well. Mostly give us some data mines and stuff. Yep, free collector Series 5 pack from the web shop. You buy the January season pass on shop.marvelstaff.com. You get a free Series 5 collector pack with it. Yeah, and if you're Series 5 complete in the older packs, you get 4,000 tokens. There is a bundle that is data mined to go live at rollover if you want to get the stat packs. What do you mean, what bundle? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. This is new. This is the first time they've tried this. So they'll give you, it's usually the $100 bundles just have a bunch of currency in them. This is the first time. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how many. I feel like this is worse than just having currency in it. It's interesting that they're trying it. Yeah, it's effectively 7,500 tokens worth of packs. I did cash in my Conquest tokens yesterday. I appreciate the reminder, though. Yeah, I mean, if you're missing these cards, it's like, it's fine. Like, the thing you gotta understand, chat, is they really don't release bad cash bundles. Is the thing to understand. Is all of the cash bundles are varying degrees of good. This bundle only seems good for new whales. Yeah, to a degree. Slim Raff, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Appreciate the 18 months. Imagine spending money on pixels, chat. You have to be some kind of stupid mark to do that, huh? Couldn't be me. Last chance, oh no! Also, fun fact for the video gamers at home. Did you know these booster packs are some of the best ways to spend your golden Marvel stat? If you're someone, one of the only ways that's better than these to spend your golden snap are bundles that have series 4 or 5 cards that you're missing. So this ratio, 500 divided by 300, is 1.6 credits per gold spent. So if you're one of those people who has most good series 4 or 5 cards, so those big bundles basically never have series 4 or 5 cards for you to buy. Yes, this didn't used to be this way. This changed. It actually kind of flipped. Token Tuesdays sucks now, and these are good. And it used to be the opposite. These used to be terrible, and Token Tuesdays used to be really good. And now it's the inverse. You know, I actually had intended to talk about this in the economy video, and I forgot to write it down in my outline. And it slipped my mind and didn't make it in there. But yeah, these just on a pure gold to credits ratio compared to other things available, these are actually good pickups. With the asterisk, they're still worse if you have bundles. They're still worse than if you have bundles with series 4 or 5 cards that you're missing. Just like to give example, if there's anybody newer to Snap in the audience, the absolute best kind of bundles to spend your gold on are ones, oh, this one's actually still here, I just bought it, are ones like this, Spirited Away, where it has a pile of tokens or credits and a series 4 or 5 card that you're missing. And they run gold bundles like this periodically. So like, where's the next one? Usually there's a couple per month. So this is the next one, starting in 2 days. So Isan for 5,000 gold plus 2,500 credits and 2,500 tokens. So if you're missing Isan, you get the variant and the base version of him and these resources for this. So if you're someone who's a small spender or free-to-play player who's missing a good chunk of Series 4 or 5 cards, these are the ones you want to be waiting for. But if you have a lot of Series 4 or 5 cards, it's harder for you to find ones that you're missing cards in, right? So like, this is another good one. 3,500 gold for 3,000 tokens plus a Series 4 card if you're missing the Series 4 card. So those are ideally what you should save those resources for. Here's another one. January 21st, Bruce Banner. There's gonna be like 3 of them. There's gonna be like 3 of them in January alone, 3 or 4. Come on, they can't give us another good Toxie variant and not buffer, right? Assuredly, by January 29th, Toxie gets a rework. They can't keep doing it. They can't keep doing it. I want a Gamora rework first, give her the Clash ability. Yeah, I'm pretty pro rework Gamora to have her Clash text. That seems fine. Okay, I'm okay with that. Cosine. All right, I need to win a location with 1 card. That's such a dumb mission. I need to win twice with Weapon X in my deck. Let's play some more of the activate weapon in here, huh? What do I think? I think I'm into it. I think I'm into it. I think I'm into it. Riga is a phenomenal draw here. Holy. We take those. They didn't really have a single hit that could root us there. Here they have a single hit that could root us. God bless us, everyone. Oh, they copied Gambit, what it showed. Make Gambit a 5-2, I'm dead serious. At a minimum, he should go back to being a 3-1. I really don't understand why he still has this many points of power. Okay, bud. One of these casters is going to die. I wish you were correct, and that only one of them was going to die. I'm playing Web Slinging out here just because I don't want to shuffle it back into my deck with that land. Damn it, Benjamin, stop putting cards in my hand. I'm begging you, please. Please, I'm begging you, hands and knees. I feel like I got the raw end of this deal here. Morning, Chris. Howdy, Shub. Chaos Gregor, thank you for the over 2 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Unfortunately for us, Merlin means that I can't really magic. But I also have Prodigy burned out of the deck already, so I guess we don't really care about that either way. We're just hoping to draw Weapon X in our next couple. Hey, Jeff, I can't find the S5 pack. Is it with the new season? Yes, when you buy the January season pass that goes live in about 3 hours, if you buy it on the web shop, you'll get the free S5 pack. It's the bonus for buying your thing on the web shop. My personal sphere had a fantastic holidays, yes. We actually just broke down all the Christmas trees and put away the gnomes this weekend. My living room looks very empty now. For those who didn't see it. Where is it? Yeah, this was our fireplace. One of the trees. There's a better shot of here. Yeah, this one. So we had a red tree, a red tree and a green tree we put up every year. Room looks a lot more empty without all the stuff in it. What'd you do? Ultron stuff? Okay, I have Weapon X. One Weapon X, please. Unlucky. Unlucky. They have priority, which means Shadow King doesn't do anything. That's fine. We probably still win the game, yeah? Because Wolverine's still gonna get big. And Andy's gonna pop. And Kid Omega gets big. KJJDH, how do I pronounce that? Asking the real questions. I guess having priority here means that they can't screw with us, which is nice, so they're probably cooked. Putting the trees away before February. Yeah, we gotta put them away before all the kids' extracurricular activities start back up. All the extra time goes to zero once those begin. Are they about to run the rope down and then retreat on us here? That's what it's feeling like, Chip. Feels like we're about to have a run the rope down and then retreat. The Gnome Battalion is somehow a bigger indicator of a white Midwestern family than living next to a cornfield. Yeah, those are just the Christmas gnomes, Chip. Well, Wolverine really likes the center. He must have known he'd get Shadow King on the right. That's funny right there. When we were pulling out the Christmas gnomes, we ended up sorting through the storage room in our basement. So these are all of the non-Christmas gnomes. You gotta have a gnome for every season, Chip. Or in my wife's case, you have to have a dozen gnomes for every season. And a random Rowlet being like, what the fuck is going on here? Why am I here? Do you though? I'll be like scrolling through my calendar, looking at stuff that the family has coming up, and there'll just be like a random date pinned that says like new gnomes on sale with a link to the store. Where does one procure gnomes? Aldi, of all places, is actually where a significant number of those gnomes have come from. Yeah, they have all sorts of them there throughout the different seasons. I know they haven't all come from there, but that's where a majority of the ones in my home have come from. All these gnomes. Yep. Beep, beep, beep.
Breaking news.
My rule of thumb is I don't own pets or stuffed animals I couldn't beat in a fight. I don't think I can fight that many gnomes. I do have web slinging to relocate the squirrel eventually, yeah. Which is not bad. Let's just relocate a lane to build a good path. The squirrels give us gambit protection. They do, don't they? God bless. I really need to draw Jocasta next turn. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. If my deck is taking requests, I need a prodigy for the last one. Wolverine. Worst possible. Worst possible. Sedge. Marvel Jesus Bob. Thank you for the 33 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. The squirrel tried its darkness, but unfortunately coming up a little short here. If we would have had Kid Omega as the last draw instead of Proxima, we would have been okay. Hey, thanks for the 4 years, Duck. Appreciate that. Welcome back. We need one more win still with Weapon X, yeah? We got our win location with one card done at least. I'm gonna claim one of these because I want 2 open slots for when the season rolls over, but I'm gonna leave these other 4 to get a jump start on next week's weekly missions. The real question to start the season is, chat, am I paying $10 extra for a Moon Dragon variant on the Super Premium Pass? Or Dragon of the Moon, not Moon Dragon. That's true, we get the icy background with it. It is a fantasy variant too. I do like the fantasy variants. There's a Creative House Pocket one, datamine too, though. Does the season pass to the web shop cost the same as in-game? Why are they giving a free 5 cost on the web shop? They're giving a free 5 cost on the web shop because it encourages people like me to talk about it. So that way people like you will go and buy stuff on the web shop. The web shop doesn't have the 30% store fee that Second Dinner eats when you buy something through Steam or Google Play. So you spend the same amount of money, but Second Dinner gets 30% more of it. Or probably 25% more of it, because they still pay a credit card processing fee. But they get more money and you spend the same. Hey Jeff, been away for the holidays. How's Snap been recently? Snap is literally the best it's ever been in terms of both economy and gameplay. It's quite good. No matter how much you talk about it, I won't buy from the web shop because I can't buy from there in Netherlands. Don't you worry, Netherlands people. Daddy Trump's gonna invade your country and make you our 51st state. Then you'll be able to buy from the Marvel Snap web shop. Sounds like it's all upside for you all, really. 50-second. I lose track of how many states we have. It's not my fault. It's confusing. He makes jokes about World War III as a coping mechanism. It's all that he has. Oh, I think we're cooked, chat. No joke, Casta. I think we're dead. Alas.
Escaped.
Denmark will be 54th after Venezuela, Canada, and Greenland. Excellent. It's gonna be a hell of a year, gamers. To talk about geopolitical politics, which I am very clearly an expert in, streaming a child's card game here on Twitch.tv. There are many terrifying potential things to do with everything that's going on with Trump, the Trump admin in Venezuela. But one of the ones that I haven't seen too many people talk about is that countries like China are definitely watching how the rest of the world reacts to the United States invading another country. And it's terrifying to think what the repercussions are going to be when nobody can do anything, and then what China's going to potentially do to Taiwan. It's really bad for that entire situation there. Don't do it. All right. Well, I'm happy to lose that one, but we didn't lose Joe Kesta at least. Yeah, the man, Andor season 2 really, I haven't even watched Andor, but like I've seen all of the clips out of it. And like all of the parallels to the current real life are really something. The US is invading other countries. Yeah, but like to bring it back to the Andor reference, there's the clip from it where she's talking about how they don't even bother to lie badly anymore. Like like not that it made it like better what the end results were, but it really kind of articulates where the culture has shifted, that they don't even have to pretend that there's some other pretense for why they're doing what they're doing. Yeah, at least when I was a kid, they lied about weapons of mass destruction. And now they're just like, nah, brah, we're gonna come steal your natural resources. That's the goal. It's like, all right. Unfortunate that we didn't get... what's it called here? Wolverine, but X23 will do it a pinch. Yeah, there's no way to guarantee Andy hits X23 in the middle, but it's only 2 points, so it's whatever. Is Thanos running Lady Deathstrike? Sometimes. You put your squirrel in the wrong place. Or are they just doing, like, destroy cards missions, or they think there's another turn? Burial Ground does look a little limbo adjacent, but they could also just be doing missions. Alright, I think that was the last time I ever have to play Weapon X again, yeah? Was that any chance? Is that the last time I'm ever gonna load this card up? The leader of Venezuela, who Donald Trump and the United States kidnapped, was not a good person doing good things in his country. And people taking issue with the US military kidnapping the leader of another country are not endorsing the actions of that person. They are simply, like myself, pointing out what this escalation could mean for other parts of the world and what the knock-on effect is if it happens in more places. How many Super Adaptoids have you come across when playing Activate cards? Almost 0, and Super Adaptoid is not a playable card. There are Marvel, what's it called? Super Adaptoid is a lot like Super Skrull in that the only metagame a Super Adaptoid would be playable in is one that's incredibly narrow and bad. There's just way too many cards in too many decks in Marvel Snap to play something this narrow. Same thing with the Ghost rework. She's just not an effect that's generically good enough to be worth playing. Anytime you'd want to play her, you have a very narrow metagame that's probably not very fun. Yeah, things like Red Guardian, Deafening Chord, and Cosmic Ghost Rider are all better uses of a deck slot than something like Ghost or Super Adaptoid. Is like the TLDR. Yeah. I'm of the opinion that cards like Ghost and Super Adaptoid and Super Skrull, I think these are designs that probably shouldn't exist in Marvel Snap the way they are, because the only times these cards are relevant, the metagame's gonna be so narrow that it's not gonna be fun or be worth playing anyways. These are cards that could be okay designs to have in a world where Marvel Snap was a game with sideboards. I don't even think bigger decks are a reason to play these. You'd still play Red Guardian and Deafening Chord and Cosmic Ghost Rider first. They're cards that would be like okay sideboard cards, but really just like anytime. And again, I'm not saying tech cards shouldn't exist. I'm just saying interactive cards in the way Marvel Snap is designed should be more flexible, so you can feel reasonable about playing them outside of bad metagames. I think Red Guardian, Deafening Chord, Cosmic Ghost Rider, even Enchantress, right? Like Enchantress has a stat line, or she's a synergy card in some cases where she gets rid of detrimental ongoing. Yeah, the best designed tech cards are a combination of flexible to play and generally offer counterplay to the opponent. And things like Super Adaptoid and Super Skrull really don't do that, and I think they're bad designs because of that. Sephiroth, thank you for the 32 months. Echo's an interesting one. Because Echo's like a pseudo tech card, but in reality, like the deck she's been playable in historically, she's a board control card more than a tech card, right? Because like, unless your opponent just isn't paying attention, she's not a card that actually stops. She's not a card that actually stops them from doing things. Gamers, the news, I'm gonna be, you want a cautious hot take? Not even cautious. This is one of the strongest reviews I've given in a long time, I think. I think this new season pass card's gonna has the potential to be the type of season pass card that Reddit cries about. This is, we should look at the, I don't remember the last time we had a season pass card this pushed. Probably 2 energy Mr. Fantastic. I think this is gonna be the most pushed season pass card since 2 energy Mr. Fantastic. Like, this card is pretty trivially 17 points of power for 5 energy spread across 2 bodies that you can't answer with 1 tech card. And like, if you work for it a little bit, this card's gonna be 20 plus points of power with some frequency. What do you mean by pushed? I mean really strong. I mean the numbers on it are pushed powerful. Did the datamine forecast skill get cut? It did, yeah. Yeah, there's only... I think there's a chance that the economy crybabies won out, chat. There's only one regular Series 4 card releasing this month. This is the least cards Marvel Snap has released in a month in a long time. I think the people complain, and not that the people complaining they can't keep up are gonna complain any less, but I think they let them win this time around. There were originally more cards datamined to be releasing this season via Series 4, and they cut them. And I can't, maybe, I don't know, maybe they didn't have time to get animations done, but I would bet they cut the attended releases because of Crybabies. Snap confirmed dead game. Could you play Xiao Lao with Zombie Giant Man? Ooh, that's really interesting. Xiao Lao with Zombie Giant Man is kind of fun because they both work well with Absorbing Man, yeah. And they both, and Xiao Lao is a card that wants you to play Kitty Pride, and you can play Kitty Pride with Zombie Scarlet Witch. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna build that to start. Let's tap an ad roll, and we're gonna build some decks for Xiao Lao, Dragon of the Moon, Lockheed, and Majestic Wingbeat. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. There's a few ways to build this card, for sure. New season goes live at rollover. Yep, and we should have a patch before that as well. It's a spicy patch today too, gamers. It is a spicy patch. They don't spice the patches. There's some spice in the patch today. Do we get a video for the patch? I do not have a video prep for the patch. It's got some stuff going on though, I promise. Series 6 is being added. Let's go. Yeah, this is probably a Lockheed deck. I think we can definitely play Lockheed here. Happy New Year, J-Hogs. Appreciate the over 3 years. Welcome back. Have they been patching similar to the OTA timber? So the patch will likely be live before the rollover. Patches are usually in the morning. Usually patches are live within the next 90 minutes. Do you want to play Wingbeat? Do we? Less most card in your hand, +2 power. It's a 5 cost or higher. Give it -1 cost too. Yeah, that's probably good. It's another 1 energy skill that's good with Zombie Scarlet Witch too. I probably want at least a tech card. Merlin's a good call out. Merlin will be good with Lockheed. And then if I'm playing Wingbeat, Xiao, and Lockheed, I have one more slot. Cord. I don't think we need Cord with Red Guardian. Another tech card could be okay. Kate's not a terrible call out. I don't hate Kate. Kate's another card that makes Zombie Mr. Fantastic good. Aurora. I don't think we have room for another piece of top end. Is Nick Scratch viable with this many skills? I don't think so. I think Theta is better than Lockheed. He just looks bad. I'm gonna give video gamers the piece of advice I have to give on every new card day. The #1 way you can get better at evaluating cards in games like Marvel Snap is remove the completely boneheaded, idiotic idea of strictly better and strictly worse from your gameplay vernacular. Theta and Lockheed are different cards that have some overlap in how they're enabled, but at their core, they're different. So Lockheed rewards you for playing explicitly a 1-cost card each turn, and Shiao is 2 or more cards. So these are not exactly 2 things. There's gonna be times, especially when I'm playing like Merlin, if I want to get Kate in the mix here too, where I'm gonna be playing 3 cards in a turn, 3 1-drops, and Lockheed's gonna trigger when I play 3 1-drops and Thena's not. Do we want Cord over Red Guardian because it's easier to play with the second card? Yeah, that could be reasonable. The upside to playing Red Guardian is you can curve Red Guardian into Absorbing Man. But I probably just want to save the Absorbing Man for my top end most of the time. And then our last 3 cards here are gonna be Wing Beat, Shiao, and the new dragon. Ooh, you know, that's actually a good take. We don't have a lot of good targets for Merlin's skills. Are we a Merlin deck? We might not be. And Merlin fights for hand space with Kate. That's a good take. You can play Hood over Kate. I don't like Hood with just Merlin as a way to get rid of it. I'll leave Merlin to start. I don't know. Merlin's actually another reason to keep Red Guardian. I keep Red Guardian. I'm gonna keep Merlin. I'm gonna keep Red Guardian. Let's do this. Nightcrawler. Okay, I like Kurt. I don't think this is a Wingbeat deck. This is a Lockheed and a Shiao, and then I have 1 more card to play here. Do I want like 1 more 1-drop in here? We can play like Spider Ham's a fun one because he works with Lockheeds and also is an interactive card. K could be okay. Yeah, I think Thors are not good with Shiao because Thors usually want to play Thor on 3 and Bill on 4 and Jane on 5. Those are not. Maverick has good synergy with the new card. Absolutely. Should I shove a Maverick in here? You end on Maverick, and then you Shiao him, and then you Maverick something else. Maverick also works with Elsa. Sure does. Do I need Hope Summers? Do I need Hope Summers? Any Shaw deck. So Shaw doesn't really benefit from a single buff so much as a bunch of buffs, and I don't think you want to play a bunch of buffs with Shiao. Honestly, the Absorbing Man's probably unnecessary here, and I leave Hope in. Scarlet Spider is an interesting thought. Scarlet Spider and Maverick both give us decent options for scaling up. This is it, chat. This is the card that makes Scarlet Spider finally playable, says increasingly nervous man for the 10th time this year. Is activating your dragon on screen against the TOS. I'll hide the camera when we do it, okay? Ooh, I like Surge as a suggestion here. That's not bad. What about a Koye? I feel like a Koye is quietly okay. I need some other ways. I need some other ways to have cheap things at the bottom. It's probably just Kate Kitty. Chavez. I like Chavez. Yep. This is a kitty season. I'm here for it, mood. You can play Clea and Marvel Boy. I don't know that I'm going to try and play a ton of Clea before Shang-Chi gets here at the end of the season. Fallen one. I don't know that I'm gonna... I don't know that we're a deck that's like doing a bunch in one turn with its energy. Are all the Shiao decks Lockheed decks? I feel like that's probably the case, right? Like most Shiao decks want a density of ones. Are we a superior Spider-Man deck? What do I need an extra energy for? Like what am I doing with that? In terms of curve. What does it look like? Why is it useful? Gwen. I think Gwen's too expensive. I really want to be set up to play one of these. So here's the type of thing to be thinking about during deck building. Ideally, we're setting this up so I can Maverick or Scarlet Spider on turn 5. So I want plenty of 1s and 2s to play alongside these on turn 5. Forge could be okay. That could be fine. Yes, we also need a 1 cost to play on turn 6 alongside Shiao for Maverick to target. Is very real as well. See, Galacta's a tough one, right? Because Galacta is a card I want to take off turn 4 to play, But if I take off turn 4 to play Galacta, that means she's not going to be... I'm not going to play 2 cards that turn. And if I Galacta on 4, I can't both Galacta and Xiao Lao the same payoff on 5. But maybe that's not a big deal. I don't hate the idea. Oh, you can Galacta a card in Galacta's lane. Yeah, that's true. I don't hate the idea of Nico, Hood, Merlin as a 3-pack. Like that could be okay. And then maybe it's not a Surge, not an Okoye. Could also be Surge. Could also be Surge down. Surge is pretty good with Maverick and Scarlet Spider though. Yeah, this could definitely just like round out with Xiao plus Lockheed for sure. Could you play Xiao inside of Bounce? Yeah. Maybe. I don't hate that. Like this is a deck that just like trivially hits its requirement, yeah? Like you just like play it over Bishop as your payoff. The problem with cutting Bishop for it is you can't play Xiao and Hitmonkey on the same turn. But I guess Xiao is a card that supports 2 paths, right? Like it adds stats in 2 places. That might be fine. I was thinking you could play Xiao and Bounce with Grandmaster and Sugar. I really don't love Grandmaster and Bounce. You have so many odd reveals, it's hard to target the thing you want to target. And I think it's definitely worth trying the dragon in here. Just so we're clear. I don't know what I want to cut. But I want to cut something. I'll put this up at the top, so we remember to do it. Should we build a Moon Dragon deck or 2? Does today's patch include more deck slots? You funny. Funny, haha. Very funny, haha. Oh man, I haven't blued the Master Mold, chat. Imagine not having played format staple Master Molds in recent memory. What else? What else do we do with the card? Steal 1 power from all even costed cards in all hands. We're probably just a Luke Cage deck. We're probably just a Luke Cage deck that plays our own even costed cards, yeah? Hey, Koi, my personal sphere is doing really well. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate that. Someone else in chat commented that 2x Nico mode goes off after Shiao's buff. That is true. So Black Widow's actually a really bad card to play with Ronin chat because Black Widow cuts a card out of their hand overall. That's really not Black Widow. Black Widow makes your Ronin worse. It's one of the most consistently puzzling suggestions that's existed since Marvel Snap happened, is people just like shortcut, I want to play cards that add cards to my opponent's hand with Ronin, and they don't think about like how Black Widow's doing it. Oh, I like Surfer First Steps. I like Surfer First Steps, Jace. That's a great suggestion. Man, Baron Mordew doesn't even have a black border on him, chat. Am I using one of my 3 remaining black borders on Baron Mordew? There's no way, right? I can't buy more of them. I can't buy more of them. The shop is bugged. I'm gonna blue him and I'm gonna put him in the deck, but I can't put a border on him. We're not gonna, there's 4 cards coming out today. I already can't put borders on all the cards coming out today because the shop is still bugged. Hopefully the patch is gonna fix it today. Fingers crossed. Don't blow him. Omega Vader, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a moderator sword to go with that subscriber shield. Welcome back. I've confirmed by second dinner that black cosmics are not appearing in the shop and it's unintentional, just so we're clear. We can put the infinity border on it. Yeah, that's a good call. I can put a black mat on it. That kind of fits in. I think the infinity's better. It's close. Yeah, it's close enough. People suggesting Gorgon with Master Mold. Do you realize that Gorgon with Master Mold makes Moondragon miss all of the Sentinels in their hand? Just so we're clear. Great. I like Grandmaster. Ooh, I like Anti-Venom since we're a Luke Cage deck anyways. I like that. Max for the last turn of the game. Yeah, it's not bad. Is there another ongoing payoff we could play? Can we just play Iron Man Mystique as the last 2? I like Mystique, but I don't like only having 1 payoff for her. And Iron Man and Mystique work organically with Anti-Venom without needing Luke, which is nice. Is this a gore deck? Gore's an interesting thought. I could cut the Spider Ham for, like, Iceman. One of the downsides about Gore, though, is you can't play Gore and then Mystique it organically. Like, you have to hit it with Anti-Venom. So I think that makes Iron Man better. I think I want the ability to curve Iron Man into Mystique on 6. It also means I can keep Spider-Ham, who's a pretty good disruptive card. I think I like that. Any other suggestions of things we could or should build? The boring final card is Shadow King. The boring final card is the new card, chat. Seraphin, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. He says, thank you for the 22 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Can we play Lockheed in Cerebro 1? Hold. No, I don't think there's enough one power things, chat. Yeah, there's not enough one power things. Oh, wait, hold on. I have a filter on. I will send you $20 if you start the season with Cerebro 1. I need one cost, though, is the problem. I have Zabu, I have Quinjet, I have X23, I have Nova, I guess. All right, then the last slot is Lockheed. I'm gonna take Dance's $20. We're gonna start the season with this. Easy. I'm an easy man. Free $20. Yep. It's a shame Ravoda's a 2-power card. Why is Morrow and Moondragon interesting? Can someone explain it to me like I'm 5? A couple of people have suggested Morrow with Moondragon, and I don't know that I understand why it's being suggested. need to call it Dragon of the Moon because Moon Dragon is a different Marvel character who has a card coming up later this year. Is the idea you could Dragon of the Moon carrying about even costs like Moon Knight is cool though. Why? Ooh, that's a fun build around / call out. Ravoda makes the goblins even costed for Dragon of the Moon. That's an interesting deck building synergy. Welco, thank you for the 28 months. I'd appreciate that. Welcome back. That's cute. That's cute deck building. Are there any other reasonable ways to take an energy cost off of the goblins? I think I need to be an Armor Cosmo deck so they can't transform or destroy. Sarah. I don't think Sarah is a real answer because I won't have time to Moon Dragon and then play the goblins. What is DD? Daredevil. Daredevil doesn't make them cheaper. You're just suggesting we play Daredevil? I hate that. He's good with goblins. Pedro can take one cost off of them. I mean, that's technically true, but he can also give them +2 power. Yeah, White Widow's an okay call if I'm already playing Armor. I'm probably still just playing Master Mold, yeah? Are we a Kate Bishop deck? Maybe? Kate's okay. Are we ever a Kitty Lockheed deck? I have one drop keeper. Get some help. This seems fine. Isn't it patch day? It is patch day. Patch day and new season day. All in one. Is Mr. Negative and the dragon to cope? Which dragon? Neither of the dragons are good with Mr. Negative. Which dragon do you think is good with Mr. Negative? Dragon of the Moon? There's like 800 better payoffs than this for Mr. Negative. Very, very, very small payoff. Am I out of conquest medals? I am mostly out of conquest medals. All right, gamers, we got 2 hours until the season drops. And we probably got about an hour or so until the patch happens. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 7 different decks, which is more than we can play in the 4 or 5 hours we'll play after the season releases. I'm going to take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I'm going to run upstairs or grab my lunch while that happens. Then when we get back, we'll play some other games while we wait. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Should we build fire hair stuff? Maybe someone mentioned reanimator dragons. That could be okay. I just want to set the tone for the mods in this channel. If someone follows this channel for the first time today, and one of their first messages is to ask if I'm doing a season pass giveaway, you should ban them. I don't want that type of person here in my content. I will absolutely have season passes to give away at some point this season, like I do every season, thanks to Second Dinner. But I'm gonna make sure they go out to people who regularly watch my content and not dickheads who just show up for the first time and ask for a handout. I'm gonna make sure they go to people who are actually in my community. I actually explicitly make a point not to put giveaways in my stream title and stuff like that because I don't want people coming in here for the first time because they're looking for something for free. I want them to be here because they want to watch my stuff and they like my stuff, not because they're looking for a freebie. I want to reward my community that's here. All right, have an Admiral. I'm gonna go get my lunch. BRB. 4 seconds spare. Lovely. Oh. Look at our lovely mixing bowl salad, chat. You see, this is Jeff's life hack for the day. When you gotta mix the salad up, you want to make sure the container you're mixing it in is significantly larger than the amount of salad that you have, because you don't want to make a giant mess when you're tossing a salad. Okay, gotta be properly prepared, and make sure you have appropriate equipment to not make a disaster. Magurio, thank you for the 2.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I just mixed my salad in my bathtub. Excellent. All right, we're gonna build a fire here dragon's deck in a minute, but I'm gonna push buttons while I eat lunch here to start. Salad, much like math and reading, I don't like this word. I have the same bowl. I knew there was a reason I subbed here. What's going on, Super Jivey? Thank you for the 38 months.
Hey, I found a rook.
I Terex here, so I can put 3 rocks in their deck. It makes Darkhawk significantly bigger. It also gives me a chance to land on this. Get more points on this, I should say. Do I need to play for all 3? I think I do, yeah. Obviously, we have this locked, but I have a hard time competing in their Dormammu path. Yeah, so I'm winning the right's a given. I feel like I need points to win the Dormammu path. So Aurora's makes this 0 over here. Then she gives me 2 more up to 8. up to 14. Then I'm going to 23 in the middle. I could just add 14 in the middle. This probably beats the center, right? Because it's beating Dormammu. Let's just do this. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. I'm going to miss 2 points, which could technically matter for a tiebreaker. By the way, just to verbally call it out to raise awareness, it's pinned above the chats. If you buy the January season pass for the new season on the Marvel Snap web shop, you will get a free Collector Series 5 pack with it. If you are Collector Series 5 complete, that pack will turn into 4,000 Collector's tokens. All you have to do is buy that pass at shop.marvelsnap.com. If you are collection complete, you get 4,000 tokens for the pack, yes.
I found the rock.
Organic. Thank you for the 32 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Also, something I haven't said today yet either, but I think bears repeating, because more people need to hear this message. Hey, chat. This is going to be the first season that I skip getting Infinite since I started getting Infinite. This is my first season where I was playing Marvel Snap where I'm not going to be Infinite since I started hitting it. And you know why? The ladder just wasn't fun, so I stopped playing it. The only difference between 97 and here is this card back I'm literally never going to use. People always talk about parts of games, especially with limited time game modes. They're like, it's such a grind. And it's like, none of your game that you play should be a grind. You should play the game and play the parts of the game that are fun for you. And if it's not fun for you, you should play the game in a different way or play something else. And the way the bots changed this season, and for people that weren't here, I got to 99 and then lost anywhere from 8 to 16 cubes to bots playing to win and only staying when they were beating me. 3 different occasions we hit 99 and got my lunch money taken by second dinner program bots. And I was just like, you know what? I'm over it. It's not fun. I'd rather play Conquest where I can play against human beings. Would much rather play against humans. It's more fun for me. Aren't there bots in Conquest 2? This is why companies like Second Dinner put bots in their games. Because the average player has no fucking clue how to figure out if they're playing against a bot or not. No. There's only bots in Conquest if you're in the queue for 3+ minutes. And then it'll give you a queue time bot. And I never let the queue run that long. You get a bot in Conquest your very first game in each Conquest level. So your first Proving Ground Silver and Gold is guaranteed to be a bot. Not infinite, but Proving Ground Silver and Gold on your account is a bot. And then after that, they're only bots if you're playing for if you're queuing for 3+ minutes.
Hey man, I'm cool.
After the ladder speed, should we try and hit it with 90 minutes to go? I got 90 minutes to hit, chap. I got 90 minutes to kill. Man, that's so bad for us. Unless it's fallen one. That's kind of okay. Cooked. Weebo Ranchero, thanks for the over 2 years. Welcome back. At least when someone to play it in a sweet deck. It's the Wicked Warlock deck we featured a bunch. I have to snap on one every game, chat. It's gonna be great. Galactus and Fallen One were both excellent hits there. Luna's fine, but the other two would have been better. We have the power. Ooh. I'm just passing. How sloppy do we think their tech is? I'm gonna play Penny. And then next turn I could go... And then next turn we go me and... Victory. This is why we play Conquest, by the way. Someone asked me what's something I hope to see from Marvel Snap at some point in the future, and my answer is very simple. I hope I see the ladder structured in a way where you're not incentivized to leave the game 90% of the time. That's what I want. I want the ladder restructured in a way where I'm not incentivized to leave the game constantly. There's a lot of ways they could do that. I hope they explore one of them. How do you think they can make that work? File that one under not my job. There's lots of examples of limited time game modes where you don't need to retreat though, so, you know, pick your poison. Hey, Drumpling, glad you enjoyed the content. Remember that if you're looking for a good, clean way to support what I do, considering subscribing on Twitch, even completely for free with your Prime subs, a great way to do that. There's Saurian decks have space for Juggernaut nowadays, maybe? Vision's cute. You want a Galactic mid deck turn? I think Galactic middle next turn is too likely to get me in a pickle. Now this is probably game winning with the Galactus, yeah? Is this local man about to be Cosmode? Oh, I guess they could move the Vision out of here potentially, yeah? And then I'm kind of in trouble. Maybe Taskmaster's better. Just really wanted the Galactus them. Yeah. Gotta leave. Escaped. Yeah, I need to know it. Need to know it in the 50-50 there. We could play Galactus left and then hope to win where the Vision ends up at. Yeah, that's true. fair. That's fair. Maybe it's worth saying. They could also be a Shadow King deck, just so we're clear. They're a Shadow King deck where like single digit percentages there. That's a lovely beat. With the Isan bundle coming in 2 days, I can feel it in my bones. I'm going to buy the pass in the web shop and get Isan out of it. I mean, you could wait to buy the pass for 2 days. And not have gratification instantly? Yeah, no, that's fair. Yes. Opponent is playing Mr. Negative almost assuredly. Which makes my fastball special a touch worse here. With the same price to buy the regular pass that upgrade. I think it's $1 more if I recall correctly. All right, chat, let's find out who we're calling an ambulance for here. Hopefully it's not for us. If you haven't seen this deck list before, this is one of the many off-meta amusing decks that gets highlighted 7 days a week at youtube.com/Jeff Hoagland. I believe I posted this one with the title, I Need a Shower, last weekend or the weekend before. I think it was a week and a half ago. Definitely the most amusing toxic pile of stuff. Do you think they're gonna nerf fastball special anytime soon? Ah, yes. The two types of cards in card games. Unplayable ones and ones that need to be nerfed. Yes, the snap packs that are variant based, like the upcoming tarot cards, will give you the ability to get higher series cards that you don't own from them. That's exactly how those works. I definitely don't want Destroy to have cloning badge, so I'm gonna get rid of that here. Do you think you could convince past Jeff that Galactus would be the good guy in 2026? Galactus is not the good guy, chat. Me playing this deck is what we like to refer to as a Batman situation in the biz. Which is to say, there's no good guys involved, but there's someone wearing spandex that beats up the mentally unwell who you could root for if you're into that sort of thing. I am into that sort of thing. Well, God bless. All right, assuredly 21 power. Galactus wins the game, yes? Is it better to Galactus here, or is it better to Galactus the left? I think we Galactus the center, yeah? There's like random tech cards and stuff that could beat us over here. Oh, God. Call the ambulance, shit. It's gotta be the rudest thing this deck does, is the destroying Limbo early. Donald Trump to House Republicans. I wish you could explain to me what the hell's going on in the mind of the public, because we have the right policy. End quote. He really is a true believer, huh? Victory. Am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. I really voted for that guy. Oh, man, I love when the fascists tell on themselves in chat. Bye, Felicia. Any others? Ant-Man Psylocke. Doom 99 Spectra, maybe? Could also be a brew. So, could also be a brew.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Yeah, I want to make it really clear. I give and gave people who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 a second chance. I would accept you were not familiar with his backstory and you were upset with the general how things work in Washington and you wanted to vote for an outsider. I think that is a very real, reasonable thing. 2016 voters who watched reality unfold afterwards and realized they made a mistake. I will give you grace. That is fine. People deserve grace on occasion. However, people who watched his entire administration play out the way that it did, and especially people who watched January 6, 2021 happen, you are afforded nothing, and you fucking suck as a human being and lack critical thinking skills, and potentially eyeballs, honestly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. After 2016. So in 2016, I think there's some consideration for. Everything after that, no, all bets are off. You knew what you were voting for, and what you were voting for is fucking awful, and you're a bad human being. My poor Agony is gonna get punked here. Sedge. There are people in my country that believe Trump is the second coming of Jesus. Holy shit. That's wild. Y'all need help. We've been Cosmoed. Are we cooked? Are we cooked? The twice or thrice divorced serial sexual predator is the second coming of Jesus. God, religion really does something to the brain sometimes.
Escaped.
Jeff, would you mind explaining and giving your opinion on the whole thing with Venezuela? I think the United States being able to go into another country and abduct their leader and hold them on what they think should be criminal charges sets an incredibly dangerous precedent. And it means other countries like Russia and like China that would be interested in being aggressive towards their neighbors to take their land or take their natural resources or topple their government are going to feel empowered to do so. The leader of Venezuela was not a particularly good person who was not doing particularly good things, but the knock-on effects of what the Trump administration has done there are likely not going to be very good for the United States or the world. Yeah, it looks like Cerebro 3 here. Which means Valk's a possibility. And as an American taxpayer and person capable of both empathy and critical thought, I really just can't emphasize enough that I want my tax dollars spent helping people both in the United States and in the world, and not on military operations blowing up people in the Middle East or military operations in South America abducting leaders that our current administration dislikes. We only ever ask the question in America, how are we going to pay for it, when we're implementing policies that help people afford healthcare or help people afford childcare or help people afford things like higher education. But as soon as you wanna murder people somewhere in the world, there's a blank fucking check and nobody asked the question. That's real terrible. Never forget, chat, medical debt is one of the leading causes of bankruptcy in the United States, and that is immoral. People should not go bankrupt because they or someone they love got sick. All right, have an ad roll. Speaking of dollars, so I cannot go bankrupt. We'll see you in 120 seconds. I'm gonna run and grab a caffeine real quick. We may or may not continue dorking around on the ladder. I don't know. We got an hour-ish to kill. Hopefully, we'll have a patch here soon. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Oh, chat, my house is so quiet. All of the inmates went back to the asylum today. It's lovely, lovely. My middle guy insists, they're almost always on voice chat with their friends while they're playing games. And my middle guy insists on just like having it on speaker a lot of the time. So it never sounds like there's just the two of them in my basement. It generally sounds like there's 4 or 5 of them at a minimum. Isn't banning or silencing people you don't like or agree with or think is wrong fascism, and you call those people fascists? I call people like you a fucking dipshit jagoff who could also get banned in my chat because your IQ is so low you can't understand the difference between me, a private individual on my private platform, banning dipshits like yourself, and the government silencing people who they don't like. Fascism is not an act that I, as an individual, can commit. Fascism is an act of generally a right-wing government silencing political opposition. And I know, if you're making a comment like that, you probably struggle with things like definitions of words and critical thinking, so like, me explaining this to you is probably a waste of breath. But I'm explaining it for all the other people here who maybe didn't understand that distinction. I can actually get through to them. Fingers crossed. Thanks for over 2 years, Freyana. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Fascism is when streamer banned me. Yep. For reference, Agony does not work the way we want with Ball in One. Agony attaches to a card after all the on-reveals happen. Agony is here to synergize with Man Spider. And she can also synergize with Symbiote Spider-Man into Galactus or Fallen One. As the season comes to an end, do you think the Chamber deck holds up? Absolutely. In fact, the Chamber ramp deck has consistently been one of the best performing archetypes all season. If you go look at my best decks roundups for the season on the Hooglandia Snap channel, they have they've been at the top very consistently here. Very, very, very good deck. We get cooked by Valk. I guess we could get got by Cerebro, Mystique that are Bastard as well. This is 16. Valk gets us. Can't play around that one. One of the things that I think there's part of the misconception of people saying they can't keep up with Marvel Snap is that, and this is actually, I have a minute here and I don't really care about playing while we're waiting for the new season. I want to highlight something really quick that I think highlights something I've made a point about for a little while. All right, so this is best decks from 3 days ago. This is best decks from 11 days ago. This is best decks from a little over 2 weeks ago. This is best decks from the start of this season. So, where are we at? So, top performing decks from last week, from 3 days ago. Chamber Ramp. Mr. Negative. Spectrum. Mr. Negative, Spectrum. Well, there were some before it. Valk Pixie stuff. Chamber Ramp. Well, what are we at? I think it was 4. I think I covered 4. Chamber Ramp, Valk Pixie stuff, Mr. Negative, Spectrum. That was a week ago. Let's go back to the start of the season. Very, very start of the season. Top performers, Sora and Scar. What else we got here? There were a lot of destroy variation at the start of the season. We had Victoria stuff. We had Chamber and Hella. Maybe this is this what I remember? I feel like where's the okay. Yeah, so this is what I was remembering. Mr. Negative. This is from the second week of the season. Mr. Negative, Spectrum. There was a random Annie deck in there. And a War Machine ramp variation. Marvel Snap is a game where a lot of best decks roundups a lot of people put out hyper focus on just new cards. And a lot of the data in Marvel Snap has a lot of what we refer to as recency bias, where a lot of the people contributing information to the trackers are largely only playing the new cards, not because they're better, but because they're novel. And pretty much week in and week out, when you actually look at a bunch of the different slices, things like this Mr. Negative deck and this Spectrum deck, these have been in the best performers in Untapped data off and on for years at this point. And there was this obsession with, I can't keep up, or how do I keep up, or I have to have every card to keep up. And while it's definitely true that new cards offer novel gameplay experiences, it's not the case that the most successful decks are always playing new cards. There are decks with good metrics. Let's even look here in Patches Live on Steam, it looks like. even right now, as the season comes to a close, there's a few different ways you can slice the data, but in my experience, looking at 90 through infinite is one of the best ways to slice the data. And generally speaking, when I'm preparing those videos, I look at a few slices. But just at a glance, this is the 90 through 100 data since 12/19, 3 weeks ago. It's still just like these three archetypes here at the top. And then this is another thing. Has anybody else ever experienced a card game like this before? Where I look at the three best decks and their popularity play rate is 2% and 3% and 1%? Like that's crazy. Those are the types of numbers other card games can only dream of. Like you look at stats in other games, and like if Magic the Gathering's most popular deck is only 30%, you're like, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty diverse. 40% Magic, yeah, like it's so good. All right, we got 2 card changes that are both functional changes in today's patch that are meaningful changes. I'm gonna make sure they're both here before I say them. I'm gonna take a look here. We're fetching from the multiverse. It sounds like some folks found Sam, so his change went through. So Sam Wilson got a point of power back, but the shield isn't guaranteed to start in play anymore. Sam tosses his shield out when you play him now. And everything else is still the same here. So he got a point of power. Is that a nerf? It's different. And it makes him better with Aurora. It makes him different with Aurora. Because he doesn't give you a free ongoing for Aurora, but he's an ongoing and on reveal for her when you draw and play him. Yeah, so still good with Aurora. I think this is a good change. It makes him worse against Gambit. You can play him with Wong. Oh, that's true. Okay, so you could curve him into Silver Surfer first steps too. and have 2 shields? That's totally true. You could get multiple shields. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. The deck selector is clean. Did the deck selector change? What are you talking about, deck selector? Oh, the card information over here looks a little different. From the main menu. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Quality of life improvements in my Marvel Snap? Holy. Whoo, doggy. All right, well, that's sweet. I guess his wording wouldn't change. We don't have official patch notes yet, right? A little bird told me that Iceman is supposed to show you the card he hits now. Big if true. His wording isn't different though, and Ham's wording doesn't say it shows it either, right? Let's play a game. Is James a person? James is probably not a person. Bees, thank you for the 2.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna dry span this game. Wild Man Wizard, thanks for being here as much as you can. Appreciate it. So I get to do this over here, and then I get to copy them next turn. Put this bot deep underground. The new deck selector's on mobile as well. Nice.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Or a jack up the top card of their deck chip. Is Doom 2099 playable? I don't know. I find that card terribly boring, so it's not one I really work on. It's a 114 good. It's a 116 gamer. Thank you very much. Tale as old as time. Sub to Jeff with Prime. Heimdall lose the game. Thanks for the booster, Rudy James. I don't think it's gonna get us there, but I accept. Let's draw Iceman in the next game, huh? I am proud of James. They tied a lane. They sure did. Thanks, I think.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Bots, because not everybody's updated. Is this a bot? This might be a person. This is a person. I can't leave chat. I need to make sure Iceman works how I expect it to. I just need Beast not to land center, okay? Yeah, not even to worry about Killmonger for the rest of the game is great. Oh, they won their 50-50. Can we win ours?
I definitely need to change my underwear.
For fuck's sake. Watch Venom eat the X-23 again. I can't remember the last time I lost this many coin flips in a row, so I can only assume Beast is about to bounce my bishop here.
Hey, I found a rook. I found a rook.
Iceman's doing his best, okay, chat? He's doing his best. God damn it. Oh, they didn't understand how Hulkbuster Sinister London worked. That's good for us, I suppose. I think we're still very dead. I'm gonna try Hit Monkey. It's gonna be great, chat. I can't even cope stay, right? We're actually just still cooked. I can win here, I just can't win here. This is what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 12. And then this is 5 more, so we're adding 17 here. Doloing it as 2. Yeah. Is death not affected by ice matter because they destroyed 9 plus things? The second. They destroyed plenty. Bound still not very good, turns out. Shucker. We have a new keyword in the datamines. Have a full objective, have a full front row at each location, transform into Apocalypse Celestials Chosen. So I would assume this means meet given requirement, with this given requirement being have full front row at each location. Apocalypse Celestials Chosen. 4/7. On reveal, swap the lowest power card in your front row at any location with a card in your deck. I assume the credit symbol here is some type of placeholder. These are theoretically cards for the March or April season. So they're pretty far out. That's why we've got no artwork here still. When does this activate? I would assume it's in a given time window, end of turn or start of turn, one of the two. After the turn, okay. Isabella the Unbeaten. If you're losing this location, double this card's power. Iska the Unbeaten, okay. That's interesting. Cute with hood. Yeah. Cute with hood. Juggernaut, Horseman of War, have 7 different power among your other cards in play. Get +6 power. Maybe. Wait, is it power or powers? Have 7 different powers. I assume this was referring to the stat line here, right? It's like Sage. Okay. Yeah. So 2/8's an okay stat line. I don't know. This is probably something that's not terribly hard to enable. Are there others in here? Celine, Horseman of Famine. Objective, have 3 cards with no abilities in play. steal 5 power from an enemy card here. Three cards with no abilities in play. I mean, this kind of rocks. Asmodeus, ongoing, your rocks have +3 power. Gambit, Horseman of Death. Objective, play 6 total cost of created cards. Randomly destroy up to 4 total cost of enemy cards. Christ almighty. Oh, we've got pictures. Okay, cool. Celine's a 4/3. And she steals 5, so she's a 4/13. That's not bad. 4/13 is a real stat line. 5 energy, weird Patriot. Oh yeah, this works with demons as well. Demons and rocks. Demon plus debris. Sandstorm. Add 2 rocks to your hand. Give them +1 power for each of your front row characters. Whoa! That card fucking cooks, chat. That's really good. Holy. Yeah, with Asmodeus here, those are 1/9s. So what? This is if you pay the 2 for this and you play the rocks out, that's 4/12 basically that you get to spread out. Yeah, Asmodeus, Celine, Sandstorm all work kind of well together. Mole Man enjoyers rise up. Horseman of Pestilence. Objective, have 3 cards in play that cost 4 or more. Afflict the highest cost enemy card with -7 power. That's really good, yeah? That's a 3/11 with the objective? That's a big number for a 3-drop. That seems stellar. This looks like the March season. That's what this looks like. Datamine extras with no release date, living monolith, celestial empowerment. Do we have text on this? Doesn't look like it yet. I heard Horsemen of Pestilence and immediately thought they made RFK Jr. a Marvel Snap card. It's funny because it's sad. Century synergy on the 4-drop. Oh, yeah, that's true. Century is 2 4s for the Pestilence. That's a sweet curve. Cool. These are still a little bit out. Obviously, we got the January season getting ready to kick off, so we've got February stuff coming up yet. I feel like with the increase of Afflict cards, Luke's going to keep getting better and probably get nerfed again. Yeah, maybe. I'm excited for them to pre-nerf Luke going into this season and for Reddit to lose their minds. Our patch notes are too. I think someone said we had patch notes. Yeah, Iceman and Sam Wilson. They've updated the deck selection carousel. Fixes. Can anybody tell me if you're still getting disconnects on mobile when you click out of the application window? Is that a thing that's still happening, or did that get fixed in this patch? I don't see it explicitly called out in the patch notes, which is concerning. Man, updating Snap on my phone, they really got review bombed hard. They're at 3.2 stars. Brutal. Let's see. Didn't happen for me on iOS. So far, it's been okay. Nice. Nice. Or are we officially mixed on Steam as well? I'm pretty sure if you read through, there's a handful of reviews complaining about the legitimate stability issues. But a majority of the reviews are just people posting nonsense like the game's more expensive than it's ever been. Which is just objectively wrong. Oh, this is what I laughed about. This is the type of reviews, chat. I consider myself a free-to-play player because I've only been buying the season passes every month and some odd bundles here or there. Oh man. And then we follow up this tidbit of wisdom with something that's just completely untrue about how the economy works. Pay to win game that tries to hide how scammy it is. That's so funny. You can really tell that Marvel Snap is baby's first mobile game for so many people. Because it just really doesn't even scratch the surface of predatory. These people are just bad at the game. Yes, absolutely. If Marvel Snap is pay to win predatory, it's not their fault they can't win games. It's they're not winning games because they didn't spend money or they didn't spend enough money in some cases. It's just really classic escaping individual responsibility and culpability. I think the most puzzling complaint to me when I see people complain about the economy is people will be like, the game used to be fine, but now they started adding $99 bundles, so it's pay to win. And when people say stuff like that, I really just want to be like, did you not know there was a $99 gold bundle in Marvel Snap's shop the day it launched? So like are we mad that there was something to buy something for $100? Or like, are you mad that the new things for $100 are cheaper? Or have more stuff in them? I guess not cheaper, but have more stuff for the money. You know what? I messed up here against the bot. I should have played this here and moved this out so I could send my own Spider-Man there. If you want to get really mad, you could look up some actual pay-to-win games, and many of them have like 4.6 to 4.8 ratings. That's also very true. You want what probably qualifies as a blisteringly hot take on the internet, chat? I don't think pay-to-win games are inherently bad. In fact, I play a number of games that are absolutely pay-to-win that I enjoy quite a bit and have over the years. Straight to jail. Why on earth did my bot opponent just retreat on turn 5? Why did my bot opponent retreat on turn 5? Why? I was so disgusted by your previous comment. Alright, haven't had roll gamers so they don't happen over the top of gameplay. We'll keep musing about stuff. Season drops here in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. If you're watching on YouTube and you enjoy my daily content, make sure you tap the like button while you're here. Appreciate the folks who have done that already today. Pay to win is such a broad category of descriptors, I'm not sure where to begin with that analysis. In my opinion, a game is pay to win if you can pay fairly endlessly to make the stats on the things you're using in that game better. And Marvel Snap doesn't qualify as that. You can spend money to get cards in Marvel Snap, but buying cards with money in Marvel Snap is akin to like buying golf clubs or having proper equipment to ski down a mountain. It's not free to engage with those activities, but you can't spend money to be better at them. You just have to spend money to get in the door. Haba Hut, thank you for the 5.5 years. Games that are truly pay to win are things like most character collector games, like Raid Shadow Legends or Marvel Strike Force, or heck, even the DC Dark Legion game I enjoy. That one's absolutely pay to win. Like where you can make the numbers on your characters bigger and better by swiping your credit card. Clash Royale is a good example of a card game with a similar thing, right? Why am I Conquest locked, by the way? Not that it matters, but it's weird that it's locked after the patch. It's so close to season rollover. Nah, that's a patch thing for sure. Is Ozzy a human? Ozzy's a human! Is Ozzy human? Their top rank is 85. Oh, did it say that? Yeah, they could be. We're still in the 90s. I guess there's no guarantee that Ozzy is a person, but they could be. Conquest isn't locked. It'll probably fix if I restart the client. It is looking increasingly like Ozzy might beep and boop, chat. Ozzy might be beeping and booping. Why did we have an OTA with this patch? We didn't have an OTA with this patch. We had card changes get implemented in this patch that they couldn't implement in a typical OTA. So they can't change visual or audio effects on cards via OTAs. So Sam had a start of game animation that needed to change, and Iceman has a new reveal the card animation. So the only time card changes happen inside of patches today is when one of those two things are happening. I lost fastball, especially, yeah. Actually really sad against Iron Man. Wow, am I glad I incidentally played around that. Holy shit, Ozzy, fuck you. Nah, JK chat. Ozzy was just helping us out. Ozzy knew we needed the fodder for infusion later. You're a good man, Oz. I had to start the next game with 25 energy. Good gamer, Oz. Has my back. Alright, Oz, I just need you to send in a couple other beep boops for me. You got 20 minutes to boost me to cubes. Seth is probably not a person. Oh, wait. Oh, no. This could set my energy to 0. And that'll just put me a turn behind. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Sweating bullets over here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
It looks so clean. Look at it go. Don't Cosmo me. Don't you fucking dare. No! Wow, that's so rude. That's so rude. Are we actually cooked? Oh, he just got cooked by the cannonball. Adamantine infusion brings back a 10. Seth would never take my cubes, chat. Seth and I go way back. You would never take my cubes. No, my cubes! Unlucky, unlucky. It's so unlike Seth. It's actually not true at all. It's very like Seth. This is why I didn't get to Infinite this season. There were three different times where we were at 99 and then lost between 4 and 16 cubes to bots, where they'd only stay when they're beating us. They'd leave every time they were losing, and they'd stay every time they were beating us. It was a very, very poor user experience. 15 minutes till we roll over. Locations are not good for the home team so far. Ugh. Our draws are very non-functional. We don't have one of Petty, Magic, or Luna to open. Or Symbiote Spider-Man. I really need one of those 4. Are there bots in Infinite? There are not. Got my gold red guardian at 42 splits. That's really the best thing about playing with the blue backgrounds now. To deal with that variance. Tommy boy, oh Tommy boy. Do 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 do. Tom would never stop us from blowing up the board, chat. He's got our back. Since Sam is now an odd reveal, does that mean you can Absorbing Man and Mystique him to get more shields? Yes. Is this beating Destroyer? They're going to 23. I'm going to more than 23. Poor destroyer. Nothing to blow up. Big angry guy with nowhere to go. Thinking about the timeline where Tom played Professor X Center. Think Andrew's a person? I don't have priority, so I don't think I'm Galactusing. I think it's just this into Taskmaster.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Oh no! They tickled my absorbing me. That's rude.
I see. Victory.
Tale as old as time, yep. We built some Ronin decks. I think you're going to see plenty of people playing Ronin, Matthew. We built both some Moondragon and some Shaolai decks. Xiao Lao or whatever his name is. No. Rude. That's fine. I don't need Fallen One. We're gonna have double Luna Snow anyways. God, for the love of Brode, stop putting cards in my hand, please. I'm begging you. There's 4 new cards today, actually. Majestic Wingwings in Series 4. Are you playing Once Upon a Galaxy anymore? I have not been playing Once Upon a Galaxy. The balance in their candy season left a bit to be desired for me. power crit pretty hard. A couple options here. I think I just want to set myself up to end the game next turn. I just get fucking Goliath by the bot. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna top deck Advanced Infusion. Why do the bots have a bunch of base border cards now? It's weird. Think we're dead. Oh, I guess we have another turn, don't we?
Opponent snapped.
I mean, we're either winning this game for 8 cubes or we're not making it, so I might as well stay. This is 10, 12, up to 16, and this is 5 up to 21. This might actually have been a person. I don't actually know. It's genuinely hard to tell with some of them now. I'm inclined to think bot, but it could have been a person too. The borders are really. Is this a base card? No, those are custom cards. This is I feel like this probably means it's a bot, because they have collection level 156,000 without Shadow King being split is really unlikely. So this is just like a good reminder of why I didn't get to Infinite this season though, because just like this type of bot experience is just like so disgusting. Let me fucking Goliath you and Rogue and Shadow King you, and then also only stay in the game at the end when I'm beating you. Let's restart here to make sure Conquest works. I don't understand your question, Pluto Cat. I don't think we've played against a single human since we patched. Maybe one? Maybe one? It's been mostly bots. Oh, baby chat! The S&P 500 is only 5 points away from a new high score. Our oil overlords propelling us to the tippy-toppy future on the back of military action in the South. Its markets love them a good war. All the people with money get rich. Grandma, thanks for the 1.5 years. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
All right, Izzy, let's do this thing.
Great power comes.
Are we sure this is a bot? Yep. Pretty sure.
Victory.
All right, and with that, it's official. No infinite this season. I don't know how we'll ever financially recover from this loss, chat. Was the Firehair deck I was gonna build? No, this is the Firehair deck we were gonna build. Do I want to build a reanimator build? Maybe I don't. I got plenty of other things built. All right, sorry. I want to start here. I want to start with zombies today. Oh wait, not my dance is paying me to start with Cerebro one. See, yes, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. We're really doing Cerebro 1. I've been paid to start with Cerebro 1. This is our first deck. Listen, chat, I want to play an interesting deck just as much as the rest of you, but $20 is $20. So it'll be a deck of all time. I believe we can win a game. I believe we can win a game. You want some interesting introspective, chat? If you feel compelled to play the ladder. 500 gold? You're struggling to get to 90 and you're like, I need 90 to progress my collection. 500 gold is less than a third of the $5 gold pass you could buy. So the difference between getting to 90 or infinite and not in terms of account progression is less than $1.50 USD. Right around $1.50, right around $1.50 USD. $5 for 1,800 is like 1,800 gold. Somewhere around there. Let's go! This is your reminder. If you plan to buy the season pass, if you buy it on the web shop, shop.marvelsnap.com, pinned above both my chats, you will get a free Series 5 snap pack. Holy, that art is good. That's so good. I love the fantasy variants so much. Man, they did it again too. They put the variant for the whale track at 3,000 tokens. I don't think I'm buying mine on the web shop because I don't need a Series 5 pack. I'm not gonna get to 300. I think I have 15x play points active today still too, so I'm gonna buy mine on mobile. So I'd rather get my 15x play points than I would the other stuff on here. Right? I think so. That's what, it's 300 credits and 500 gold. You need the gold this month. There's gonna be fantasy shop takeovers. Maybe, I don't know. I'm sitting on a lot, right? Got 17,000 gold. And it is 4,000 more tokens. How many tokens am I at? I am down to my last 664,000 tokens. Pauper. I am basically a pauper. The season pass will only appear on your online web shop after you log in on mobile or desktop first. You need to log into the season, and then it will appear on your web shop. So if it's not available on the web shop for you, you need to log into the application first. And I've bought my season pass. Relog here so it can pop up. I'm curious to see how this bundle does for them. Selling 2 cards plus the stat packs for the start of the season. Dig our start of season track. Stegron variant is fun here as well. Love the fantasy variants. Definitely my favorite class of those. Creative House Nagamoto not bad. I think I like the one I have slightly more though. Split Omega Sentinel.
Infinity.
I have an Admiral Gamer while we get set up. We're gonna be playing games here in just a minute. So I click through and clear some of that stuff, and then we'll dive on in. Lockheed seems pretty good. Lockheed's probably a playable card, yep. The new season pass card is very good. Like, I think there's a chance this season pass card is our best season pass card since Mr. Fantastic First Steps. Phoenix Fire, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that support. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. Thoughts on the premium pass card? Seems fine. Maybe playable. Maybe. Running out of Black Cosmic chat. I really hope they fix the bug today. Yeah, Dragon of the Moon is our super premium. Wing beat. And what's the new dragon's name? What's Kitty's dragon's name is called what again? I'm blanking on her name. Lockheed, Lock. Got it. Cool. What are our variants for our friends look like? Oh, that's a pretty good one. Lovely. That one's not bad too, but I don't know that I'll play this card enough. I might cave on this one. We'll see. This one probably not. The fantasy variants are my favorite style though. You're gonna get me on a few of them this season, I bet. Thanks for the 28 months, Manicus. Welcome back. Yeah, having fantasy art be the focus for the dragon season makes a lot of sense. Opened my Series 5 pack and got 5K tokens and a Series 4. Yep. Sometimes gambling do be good. Samian, thank you for the 56 months. Alliance missions and rewards. Good shout. Good shout. If you're having trouble getting the season pass to pop up on the web shop, make sure you have logged into the game on PC or mobile first.
Epic. Mastery.
Alright. Zombie dragons. Berserker, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome back. One small into the reach. I owe Cerebro. You're right. I owe Cerebro. I've been paid. Oh no, reconnect to game. No, I can't. I have to retreat. Have your cube.
Escaped.
Excellent. We need to save this for Lockheed, yep.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yes, he did draw Mr. Fantastic, Chet. I believe in us.
The Sorcerer Supreme.
I believe. Nope. Cooked.
I am Iron Man. Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Oh no! Apparently, the black cosmic borders not appearing in the shop isn't going to be fixed until next patch. So I'm just not gonna have matching borders for the releases this month. A couple of borders I have are the last of them. Sedge. They've been broken for a while because I stocked up to 40 plus last time they were available in the shop. Average Cerebro gameplay.
Escaped.
Mods, can we make a command about logging in for the pass to appear on the web shop? I think that's probably going to be a common thing people ask today when they come in.
Opponent snapped.
This is unfair. They know I'm playing Cerebro 1 and I'm being bullied. Look at our whittled wagon. Oh no. Oh no! What if they give me something with more than 2 power, chat? Please, Storm, quickly! I need you! Phew!
Wind, aid
I was worried.
hand.
Okay, chat. We're gonna draw Cerebro. We're gonna win the game.
I am Iron Man.
I believe it. I believe in us. Oh!
I am Iron Man.
Oh no! Merci, merci. Unlucky, unlucky.
Escaped.
Free stat pack, and the Dutch access the web shop these days. Not until Donald Trump makes you our 52nd country, 52nd state. Or 53rd state, 54th, I lose track really. You're on the list, I promise. Are we sure Cerebro is in the deck? We're not. Who isn't on the list? Listing who's not is definitely shorter. Ooh, piece of candy. For the record, the non-sarcastic answer for people who aren't familiar, the reason why some countries are restricted from accessing the Marvel Snap webshop is because your country passed consumer protection laws trying to regulate games with loot boxes like Marvel Snap. And rather than comply with those laws, it's easier to just exclude you. Ooh, that's the good stuff right there. The perfect top kick, if you would. God bless America. Imagine playing around Storm. They knew. They had our Cerebro one. I would like the record to reflect we have won an entire game of Marvel Snap with Cerebro 1, meaning I can now stamp exceeds expectations on this deck list. Metagame powerhouse Cerebro 1. I'm chilling on the X-23 because I want 1-drops to play after Lockheed. Yes, the new deck selection screen is top-notch. Second Dinner did a good with that for sure. Cerebro 1 is the best deck Jeff has played this season. Objectively true. Just the facts. Did any cards get changed in today's patch? Yeah, Sam Wilson and Iceman got some changes. I really like the Sam Wilson change, just so we're clear. I think it's stellar. It is an Aurora buff. Well, it's an Aurora side grade, because you don't get the guaranteed ongoing thing at the start. It's better when you draw Sam, but worse when you don't.
I am Iron Man.
Look at Brian here, thinking he can beat Cerebro 1.
I am Iron Man.
What have they done to my boy Iceman? Is he okay? They made Iceman better. Iceman now shows you the card that he's icing like Spider-Ham does. It's very, very reasonable. Someone just pointed this out. There's a tab here for custom cards with multiple slots in the UI now. So are we going to finally get, I mean, obviously it's not here in this patch, it doesn't look like. Right, can I, if I hit save, does it just save the one? Yeah, it just saves the one right now. But that feels like, you don't make this UI if you're not gonna make it useful, right? That would be great. I have four different, and then I need 4 different versions, and then I need an option to randomly put one of them into my deck. So those are the two parts to that feature request. Is I want to be able to have different custom versions, and I want to be able to tick a box to get a random custom version afterwards. All right, let's play one more with Cerebro 1, and then we'll move on from this pile of meme cards and play something that might be real. Chatty Pay, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. We are gonna storm the crap out of the X Mansion here, Chip. It's gonna be glorious. Glorious. Gots to get rid of that one.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, I like Lockheed timing big end of turn a lot. That's sweet. Lockheed timing big end of turn, meaning in spots like this where they're waiting. It's real good for us. Kevbo, thank you for the 28 months of support. I appreciate the
Great power.
So Spider-Man is guaranteed to jump into the bar here, by the way. It's a little known Spider-Man templating fact. When given the option, Spider-Man will always move to a location where he can pull your opponent's card. So it was not a 50-50, did Spider-Man go here or did Spider-Man go here? He's always jumping right. And then it's a 50-50 on if he's pulling Lockheed or Iron Man.
Enough said, bub.
Victory.
Hey, chat. Well, you know, just picking up another 8-cuber with Cerebro 1. Very clearly, our deck is very good, and we played against no bots while doing this. Thank you for the cubes, beep boop. 3-0 in our last 3 games, up 17 cubes. No big deal, no big deal. Alright, I like to play Zombie Dragons. You can tell our hand is excellent because Adelaide is in play. Hey, Mongoose, thanks for the half a year. Really appreciate that. Welcome back. At least their Iron Patriot card's gonna go away as well. And I am trading 3 cards for 3 cards here, which is nice. They're trading 5 for 3, so Adelante's annoying, but it's worse for them than us technically. Very clean animation there. Majestic Wing Beat, the new Direct to Series 4 and Snap Packs this season, gives your leftmost card +2 power and then -1 cost if it -1 cost if it'll cost 5 or more initially. What do I think? I think I'm into it. I think I'm into it. Should we try and stop their ham? Yeah, I guess we could have done that. Or not. Man, Merlin's really good with Lockheed, huh? So this gets me 3 more center up to 11 there, and it's gonna add 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with Lockheed. I think this is good. I think this is good. Oh yeah, the Mr. Fate is giving 3 on the left as well. Forgot about that. Wow! Oh, man. I think Shiao is going to be the best season pass card in a long time, chat. That is a lot of fucking points. 17 points is a lot of points. 17 points and 2 paths. Yes, that was a very, very mediocre show. They only had it triggered for half the turns of the game. Nick is not a human. The only 100% surefire way to bot check someone is to snap and then end the turn. If the turn ends, they're a bot. It's Kitty Prize season, so yo. A bunch of cards that work with Kitty. Nick never fills the center here. Our hunger never goes left. Reap. I want Merlin so I can find a polymorph for Null. Wish granted. What are spell cards? They're called skills. And they are a cards that have a one-shot effect and then banish themselves after the fact. Is Null worth playing? It's turning into a random 7. Lockheed is more power than Rain Guardian. Not with Dream Dimension. I don't reveal till after the game is over. Alright, chat, so here's the thing. Right here. This is him. Try and land Hunger over here. Very nice, very nice. This is a human. Get button pushing. They're probably an Aurora build snapping me back on Carbartage. I mean, that's nuts for me, yeah. Yes, please. Okay, definitely Aurora. Hey Jeff, I'm back. How do you feel about the new cards? They seem awesome. This card's one of the best season pass cards in a long time, I would wager. Does Danger mean Shag? No, it means they're playing Aurora, which I think means Shag is unlikely. Since Merlin. Since Zombie Mr. Fantastic, probably. Oh my god! Wingbeat is capital C cost? I did not realize that card was capital C cost. That's nuts. Which for people, the reference is if it's hitting a card that was originally 5 or more, it always reduces it. That's really good. Yeah, that sounds, you can play it with Torres, maybe? Even without the Torres consideration, it's still real good. How big is this? It's gonna give 18 here. That's certainly a stay for it.
Victory.
That's a big boy, Chip. That is a large mammo jammo. Playing Kate bricks a draw, and playing these two this turn gives Shiao +3 at the end of the game. Lockheed sliding into Camelot doesn't really accomplish a lot for us, unfortunately. This brick's a draw, but I top decked the Shiao already, so I think that's fine. Also, is this a human? This is probably not a human. Even if they are, we're ahead and I'm gonna push the button, but... And then next turn, we'll deploy this basic arrow into Camelot. So it gets the set to 5 and then charges up bigger than that. Oh, it does show how much it's getting here, yeah. So this is gonna end up being +15 this game. This is gonna be 23 stats for 5 energy. Thick boy, very. Definitely not a human, but decent showcase for how big this season pass card can get.
Victory.
I'm genuinely surprised this dragon released it +3. Pleasantly so, but surprised nonetheless. think I want to get this going as soon as possible. Get it now before next month's serve. I mean, like, if Shu goes to, like, +2 and is a 5/10, it's still a very good card. I think it's this, so I don't break a draw. It was data mined, it's 5/10 +2, and then got changed presumably because it wasn't strong enough. Yeah, I believe that. Or they could have just wanted an exciting season pass card for the first time in a while. The curse of +3 comes through, so I should snap the bot here.
Opponent snapped.
You think Shiao is good in a Thanos deck? I think it's hard to know what the minimum number of turns you play out extra things is for Shiao to feel serviceable. I'm gonna end up bricking another draw here too, yeah. It's a little annoying. Might have been a mistake. I really need to draw a Zombie Giant Man or Show. I guess I have an okay amount of points as is. Man, this bricks another draw again, doesn't it? So I go arrow, arrow, kitty to hand, and then another. I think I do this so I don't brick a draw. And then Absorbing Man so we can Taskmaster, but then I can't Absorbing Man the Red Guardian. Which I think I want to do, question mark. Wait, did I not end on Red Guardian? Oh, I messed it up. Mistakes were made. I lose a center by 2. It's my fault. That is not the Zombie Giant Man I wanted for Christmas. I'm adding 7 here. I'm adding 8 here, not 10 here. Oh, I technically could have Taskmastered something for a tiebreaker. Yeah, that's fair. I guess Taskmastering a 4 here is better than doing this and getting the 2, because this can't make a thing here. It's fine. Looks like the bot's throwing. We were not optimal there. Yes, if you are someone who has all of the cards in the Collector's Series 5 packs, you'll get 4,000 tokens when you get the bonus one from the web shop. Man, it's really a testament to how good the Marvel Stamp economy is today. The number of people anecdotally that are just like confirming, oh, I have everything. What happens when I get this pack now? The latest economy iteration got so many people collection complete. It's great to see. Husky, thank you for the 2.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Would love to reset Warrior Falls here. That's a little annoying, but not the end of the world. Really wanted. I played the Hunger Center because I really wanted my horde to not be mid, but that's what it is. It says local man about to reveal Murder World. Yeah, I mean, that works out pretty well. Who runs the world? Squirrels! That seems good for us, yeah. Ho, 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 ho! Merlin is on one, gamers. Holy Christ. Whoo, doggy. He's such a nuts Marvel Stamp card.
Victory.
So lovely. I must say, I'm liking the dynamic of this deck. Something the zombie shell always felt like it was lacking was, what are we doing in the games where zombie giant man is buried at the bottom of our deck, and having another payoff that also works with absorbing man and likes a lot of the same cards feels real clean so far. We need to take a brief pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. I always take a short break so that way you don't miss out on any of the gameplay if you're new here, because I think that's super rude when ads go over the top. We'll see you in 120 seconds for some more of this, and then we've got a bunch of other decks with the new cards I want to check out today as well. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you enjoy the content, make sure you tap the like button wherever you're watching right now. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. I'm gonna run to the restroom while these ads go, gamers. BRB. Man, chat, you know what I just realized? The being able to look at the deck screen like this means that we get to listen to the season audio track instead of the deck editor music while we're waiting on a break like this. Finally, my Dungeons and Dragons theme deck can be complete. God bless. How are the numbers doing today on the platforms? We actually have almost 2,000 concurrent viewers between Twitch and YouTube watching live. Appreciate everybody here to check out the Dragon season with us here at Hooklandia. No, my pretty kitty. Yikes. And they just got my copy of Zombie Scarlet Witch here. Which is now cheaper for them. Awkward. Thankfully, I have Merlin continuing to pump out ones for us here, which is nice. I think we once in future here, so that way I can zombie giant man into absorbing man. I might be Shiao actually. I don't have any zombies to start yet. It's gonna be 6. Yeah, it might be this into this actually. We'll see what our draw is and what they do. We should order once in future first. Absolutely. I'll set up.
Opponent snapped.
Assume the stat means they're about to break our sandcastle in some way. How does Shadow King end here? Shadow King in the center puts them to 2, 3, 9, 12. And I would be at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I would tie the center with Shadow King. They could have double Shadow King, is accurate. I forgot about Victoria Hand. Give them an extra pump. Deep Space is unfortunate. I probably should have positioned myself to be able to Shiao something inside of Deep Space. That's likely my mistake there. And that's the other half of, talking about this card looking powerful. There's a good chance just like getting your castle kicked over is why it released more powerful than it was originally datamined to be. New season went live an hour ago, Ben. If you like playing ramp cards, Giant Wingbeat's probably a solid pickup. If you like playing Kitty Pride, Lockheed's gonna be stellar for you. Well, that's sad. Some of these werewolf decks are Annihilus decks. Which doesn't necessarily bode well for us here. I like this. It's close though. Trying to get them with Acid Arrow is less appealing when they're potentially a what's it called deck? Nihilus deck. God, Merlin's such a wild card. Them Merlining on Into the Altar of Death actually makes absorbing Manning the Shiao a lot less appealing. I should have that locked up over there in theory. Every time, yeah. I believe, I believe. Time to play Danger Rooms and Dragons. Grab that fantasy dragon. Absolutely, Jace. Thank you for the biddies. Normally I'd wait till a break, champ, but I would be honest, I really want to play with the fantasy Lockheed. Let's buy this up real quick here. Ooh, the web shop snap pack bonus is advertised in the client when you log in now. Very, very fancy. I hope they're successful in their web shop revenue. All right, let's get this restarted. Lockheed is definitely getting one of our handful of remaining black cosmic borders. We're gonna play a lot of that card. The Dragons working bounce. I have a bounce deck loaded up that we want to play at some point. I don't know that I expect Lockheed to be good there, but I feel like Shiao has plenty of potential. That deck makes Shiao worth 20 points quite frequently. Swap that in everywhere. The only 2 black cosmics remain. What do the new cards do? Lockheed gives something across from it -2 each turn you play a 1 cost. And Shiao gives your last played card +3 power for every turn you played 2 or more cards over the course of the game. Is Shiao getting the other border? Yeah, probably, but I have to wait for what's it called, so we get the season pass variant. The season pass variant for Shiao is the best one, so definitely wait until then. Maybe we'll probably split it when I have boosters, so we can put the border on it sooner, but I'm not gonna pay gold for boosters in the short term. Another hood. One thing worth commenting on is that Lockheed is definitely a little bit awkward against opposing copies of Merlin. It's a very organic / popular way to have counterplay to the penalties he's applying. I think I'm just punching Surge before she can get going. It's sad because I'm not playing 2 cards for this, but that's ideal. Looks like our opponent is bouncing. That's a little bit of a diff. Oh, I didn't play a 1, so this didn't trigger. Man, my brain is bad. I was like, why didn't this go? I didn't play a 1. Think I like this, and then we can close on either Kitty Giant Man or Shiao Kitty. If Iceman hits 2 cards, you know both. Yes, every time Iceman triggers, you get to see what you're hitting with it. They're probably falconing again this turn, if I had to venture a guess. That's very lucky for us. There was a high probability here that we weren't going to get to play 2 of these after that. So very, very happy that worked out for us. So now it's definitely Kitty plus Giant Man. The question is just how are we distributing those? Do you think 17 holds up on the right? I didn't play for the left, sad. Flipped heads and I should have flipped tails. Oh, it's sad. You want to know why I don't often do videos on datamine content, Ezekiel? Because I actually did do a datamine season review pretty recently, and it was one of the worst performing videos on my channel. YouTube's such a frustrating trash platform. The amount of regulars that come in and are like, hey Jeff, why didn't you record something on this? And I was like, oh, I did. YouTube just didn't show it to you. And it's just like, yep. Yep.
Opponent snapped.
I'm not gonna leave, but Bar with No Name isn't stellar for us. Brick Wall, thank you for the baker's dozen. Appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back. That's rude. Makes our zombie giant man a little smaller. Legion gamer. I think someone snapping bar is more likely to be Hood than Legion offhand, but yeah, anything's possible. Quake is the reason for their snap. Sure. Can I get a Merlin? Ooh. Technically, it makes our zombie giant man better. Mobius is such a wet blanket. Oh, yeah. Fuck this guy, right? This one right here. Get him out of here. Oh, I despise how that interaction works. It's deeply dumb to me that it doesn't apply the discount because Mobius was face up and then I can get rid of him after the fact. That's so stupid. It's a frustratingly dumb interaction. Is it supposed to work that way? Yeah, it's definitely a feature, not a bug, but it is what it is. Luke Cage works the same way. If Luke Cage is out while a penalty would get applied, then you take Luke Cage off after the fact, the penalty never started. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that it's ongoing. As it has a lingering effect there even after I get rid of it. The more I play with this card, the more I'm like, okay, it released better than its original data mine because tech cards are tech cards. I'm genuinely very glad they decided to release this a little bit more pushed. Hey, Leon, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Weird that they didn't want to play into the mosh pit. They did this turn, though. Locking and triggering end of turn here is very lovely for us. Have you tried Athena Xiaolu deck? So like, I feel like so many people have been asking about that, and I feel like it just doesn't seem great, right? And like turns like this are kind of why, right? Like I feel like I want these Xiaolu decks to be able to play multiple cards in a lot of these turns, and Athena wanting you to play exactly 2 is pretty restrictive. I'm gonna pick a draw here, but like my hand is kind of stacked, so it doesn't really matter. Probably a turn 7 this game. Definitely a turn 7. Not breaking a draw either. Yeah, from a theory perspective, I like this deck a lot. It's what's the best way to put it? This card works with a lot of the other types of cards you wanted in this type of shell anyways. I think I want to end on this so I can show it next turn. For the record, because I like to highlight this stuff. I think we're supposed to snap here if we're playing optimally. However, while I'm playing here on stream, I'm largely just not going to be snapping because I want my opponents not to run away from me. And then I'm not going to play. I assume they're killmongering me, and that's the snap. I assume the snap is killmonger. You think they're Dakin combo? I guess they could be Dakin combo. The crystal and the magic are a little weird for typical fire hair. Yeah, we could totally get Dakin comboed. Who is Shiao? Shiao is buffing Red Guardian here. It could just be a Killmonger snap as well. Okay, So let's say they're Dakin combo. What are their last cards? They have Dakin, Arnim Zola, Astral Projection, and then a random fourth, probably Killmonger or something. And then how big's the Dakin? The Dakin is 4x3, so 8, 16, 32. They could have Agony. Agony would get us. I think I'm gonna spew cubes just because I wanna see their combo play out. Agony could definitely be the last one though. If it's Agony, they got us. We're beating 32 power Dakin Center though. Oh, I guess Bullseye could maybe get us. Oh, this is Agony Dakin Astral? Yeah. And this is... Someone asked me earlier, what's the #1 thing I would like to see Marvel Snap change in 26? And my #1 request for this game is that I hope they experiment with different ladder modes that make it not optimal to leave the game almost all of the time. Because it's obviously very wrong for me to stay here. We know what their deck is doing and we know what their output range is. Like, we knew we were beat by that, right? And they have their whole deck in their hands. And it's sad to me 3.5 years later that the optimal thing to do in 90% of games when I'm playing Snap on the ladder is someone's supposed to leave. I would genuinely, I think in as much as 90% of games, if someone stayed on the last turn, one or both players fucked up. And I think the game would be more fun overall if that wasn't the case. I think they should restructure the ladder in some kind of way where it is both optimal and fun to be playing the game out on the last turn more frequently. Was my greatest wish. Ooh, this is a sweet curve, right? We go Hunger into Zombie into Majestic Wingbeat to Shiao.
I am reborn.
Izzy's probably not a human. Analand's now flipping up on turn 3.
This land is always changing.
Oh man, Shiao on Sinister London is nuts, yeah? And it's gonna be a 312. I want to snap the bot. And this is the 100% confirmed way to know you're playing a bot. Pressing pressing the snap button and then ending the turn. If it's a bot, the turn's gonna end right away. So I know Izzy is definitely not a human here. I think it's this, yeah? Victoria hand decks haven't really changed what I guess. The Misery builds are the best ones. If you look back, I think 2 weeks ago on my best decks roundup, or 3 weeks, they're definitely up there. She's gonna get +6. That'll get +6. And then we'll go activate, Zombie Giant Man. And then this is, these are both 5s here, so neither of them die over on this side. Something to note is playing a skill in between Shiao and the last card shouldn't mess it up because it says character. Oh, that's a really good catch. I hadn't thought about that. That's a great catch. Good call out there from Derek. Even the bots know it's optimal to leave a majority of the time, champ. Even the bots. Speaking of leaving a majority of the time, I leave a majority of the time when a Twitch stream I'm watching plays adverts in the middle of their gameplay, which is why I don't do that here. Still got bills to pay though, so we're gonna run ads for the next 120 seconds on Twitch. If you want to dodge those, you can subscribe to the channel, but you're not gonna miss any gameplay. We're gonna play a little bit more Zombie Dragons when we get back, and then we're gonna explore some other stuff here today. Lots of fun cards for the new season. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the content wherever you're at, make sure you tap the like button while you're here. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Pretty awesome to have, what, we've got like 1,800 people floating in here between the two platforms right now. We peaked at close to 2,000 right at the season rollover. Quite stellar. Awesome to see people excited for some dragons. Boy, it's time to stand up, gamers. The back is getting angry. Can't have that. It's deadlift day tonight. We want the back to be happy for deadlift day. What's the super premium card? Moon Dragon is the super premium card / extra series 5 card. Dragon of the Moon Dragon, Dragon of the Moon. Dragon of the Moon and Moon Dragon being different Marvel characters is gonna trip me up all season, I bet. Shiao into Odin has been fun. Yeah, that's interesting. Gives you a big lane in the Odin path. Big Zawine! Thank you for the over 8 years of support. Welcome back. Oh, we can even zoom on cards from the screen too. That's so good. Love me some QOL improvements. Yes, Shiao plus Maverick and Scarlet Spider is going to be our next Shiao deck after this one, is my plan. I'm going to snap Kitty into Shuri's lab. Marvel Retreat! Marvel Retreat! Everybody's favorite superhero card game. Marvel Retreat. Yeah, Scarlet Spider and Maverick are both ways to double up your Shiao bonus, which seems clean. When does Deadpool's Diner come back? I hope sometime soon. It sounds like we're getting Sanctum Showdown at High Voltage Overdrive this month. Alright. They're probably also a Kitty Pride deck. Oh, I think they're bouncing. That's probably what's happening here. I don't think I can afford to brick a draw without Shiao in my hand yet. The seasonal series 4 or 5 include all cards of that tier, or how does it work? If you open your Snap client, you will see a description in the client that shows you, there's a description, there's a window in the client that shows you which cards are available in that pack. It's probably just the easiest way for you to parse what you're getting in there. And then we are unfortunately very dead here. Their dedicated bounce deck is better into Shuri's Lab than we are, unfortunately. Turn one Kitty Pride, pretty good there, but worse than a bounce deck hitting Toxin and Beast here. Do free snap packs count towards your pity timer? Absolutely. The pity timer on the guaranteed extra card is per bonus rolls that you get out of the snap pack. Our hand's all right, but we're not set up to play multiple cards for Shiao, which kind of sucks. There's a pity timer for getting free cards out of snap packs. If you missed that, you should check out the Economy video that I published recently where I talk about how the Marvel Snap Economy works in 2026. And give some optimization paths in there for what things look like for getting collection complete and other things that you could do at different spending levels. It's a bot. It's maybe a bot. Yeah, probably. There is no visible pity tracker inside of the client, no. Yeah, you can track it manually, but there's not anything in the client that's gonna track it for you. This is literally only +3. Awkward. Man, the one and only time you could block a green goblin and end up sad about it. don't think the bots are programmed to beat us at this level, but good to hear. You being unaware doesn't mean you don't get the extra cards for pity. That is also correct. So you being aware of it or not doesn't really matter.
Wind, aid
Is
my
accurate.
hand.
Definitely not a human.
I found a rock.
Victory.
Lockheed variant is so good. It does not surprise me that Raid is a game that doesn't show you have a visual way to track your pity. Do they really not have a pull history in their application still? It's kind of wild. Have you done a breakdown of all the cards in your ratings this season? I did a datamine review of this season a little while ago, yeah. Oh man, I want to punch Lockheed in the mouth for the first time. Feel a little bad about it. Ooh. Okay, but wait. Nah, I'm just gonna punch Lockheed. He's on the astral plane's pretty okay. That was the worst of these three we could get for sure. Look at Jeff kicking sandcastles. I'm just a byproduct of the Marvel Snap environment in which I've been raised. Don't judge me too harshly. If you're just joining us and you're confused why the season pass is not showing up in your online web shop, you need to log into the Marvel Snap season, either on PC or phone, for the thing to appear in your web shop. It is a Jessica Jones avatar, so you. I was like, why are they moving the Jeff? That's cute. Acid Arrow. Acid Arrow, not particularly good in the face of Merlin. Alright, I mean, this isn't terrible. Do I want to... Yeah, do I want to order it so I tuck the basic arrow in case the acid jumps across? I wish they did the free S5 pack in client as well. They give the free S5 pack for using the web shop because they make 25% more money in the web shop. That's why they're doing their best efforts to push people to purchase there. Which card back do you have on this deck? I have no idea. That's not something I ever manually do. And then a potent sequence, so they didn't end on Shiao, so I don't have to worry about Absorbing Man here. Oh, wow. Well, that works. That works out crazy good for us, yeah? What do we think? Okay, well, we're winning the left. The question is, are we holding the right or the center? I assume we're losing the center. Cool.
Victory.
For reference for people at home, you always get some nominal bonuses for buying things through the web shop from the track. And you always get some type of bonus for buying explicitly the season pass through the web shop. It's just not always the Series 5 snapback. The last couple of seasons, it was just a variant. Do you get 2 snap packs with the super premium pass? You do not. The super premium just gives you Dragon of the Moon and some cosmetics. Basically, it's basically like paying $10 for an extra card. You should be able to buy variants like the Lockheed variant on the what's it called? On the web shop. They fixed that a while ago. If you look, it doesn't show the artwork, but it should have the pack listed with the variants in there. Like 99% sure. Yeah, look here. This is special offer, Majestic Wingbeat Fantasy Variant Avatar Boosters Premium Mystery Border. I didn't buy that one. I tucked Merlin here, which is unfortunate. I'll play Lockheed over here, start getting points in. Punch Elsa. Yeah, actually, that's probably the good call. That's probably better. The surge isn't doing a whole lot at this point, right? And my basic arrow pulls to Yggdrasil, right? Because that's where the grapple arrow was played out at. Yep, cool. Man, you think we're getting Merc-balled? We're probably getting Merc-balled, yeah? I think it's this. This is adding 4 more, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the right. We're playing the wing beat out because the trigger's Lockheed.
There's no strings on me.
They also have a raft card here somewhere. What do you think is gonna be the most fun of the new cards? I mean, this is like a Kitty Pride season, so it feels like it was made for me personally. Shiao. I think Xiao's gonna be one of the better season pass cards we've had in a while, and it feels very powerful. This was a relatively safe build for our first deck with the new card. The core of this is the zombie core is one that existed before Shiao was added to the game and was already pretty good, but I do think this is a good example of taking a new card that's good and adding it to a deck to solve a problem. I think the biggest problem these zombie giant man absorbing decks have had before this season is, what do you do in the games where you don't draw zombie giant man? And Shiao loves a lot of the same cards that zombie giant man does, and he's another big payoff that works really cleanly with Absorbing Man doubling up your big power effect. So this felt as clean as expected. Lockheed is one of these cards that like generates nice incidental value over the course of the game, but isn't anything super crazy. Like good value add to something like this where we want to be playing a lot of cheap cards to add Shiao. I don't think every Shiao deck is going to want Lockheed, but I think there's probably most of them do, because you want to have a good glut of ones in order to leverage Shiao. Is Shiao a bounce card? Potentially. It's definitely on my list of things to get to. All right, our next pile here to go in a different direction with Shiao. Pardon me while I activate my dragon on stream here. We're gonna do this. Maverick as well as Scarlet Spider here are two ways to take Xiao's bonus and double them up across the board, which seems potentially fun. What do you think about Merlin and hand management? I don't understand your question. What do you mean, what do I think about them? Like, you have to manage your hand size with Merlin, yes. Is there a question in there? That is a true statement. Does Lockheed require exactly one cost card? No. You can play more than, you have to play at least one.
Epic.
Do you want Lasher for more redundancy on the doubling? Oh, Lasher's honestly not a bad call out. Do I want a Lasher here? I don't hate that suggestion for a third payoff. Lasher's also a payoff with Maverick in certain sequencing decisions. Lasher over Kate. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. Let's do it. Gosh, the new deck selector screen is so good. Someday we won't have Unity errors in our client, but for now we'll accept the new deck editor screen. New deck selector screen. Mr. Sinister could be another payoff. Mr. Sinister does not double up Xiao's bonus effectively. This does not work with this how I want it to. Agony goes. Agony goes after all is said and done. Want to reroll Camelot here, obviously. That's interesting. I think it's still just this. This probably should have been Chavez. Well, now that that's Kitty Pride, that works out significantly better for us. This is very sad, playing the music to nobody. Benjamin Brown! It's fine. It's fine, shit. Okay, so long as we have priority here, we're actually still in a really good spot, yeah? Which is likely. Narrator, he did not have priority. My Xiao's bigger than your Xiao. Problem here is they can Merlin get me. That's spicy, but doesn't win them the game, right? Oh, that's actively bad for them? It's cute, though. That, like, doesn't beat... They lost to 4 points on the right and anything on the left. Look at how massive this card is, by the way. Good God. Just like 23 points on every one of them. Is that more than 23? What was the plus on that? Is that plus 15?
Victory.
That's plus 15, yeah. Oh, yeah. 26 per. Pretty good. I'm gonna keep saying it, chat. Shiao is gonna be the best season pass card we've had in a long time. Probably half a year or more. Since Merlin. It sends 2 energy. Fantastic. Insert joke about Nico eating kitty here. Alright, looks like War Machine stuff. I think I want to get Merlin going, so I can try and clean out some of this chaff or turn it into better stuff. Okay, what do we think of this into Maverick this and then Shiao this? Are we into it? I think I'm into it. They can Legion us on the left. That's a good call out. This plays against around Legion on the left. I need this to be my last card played. Alright, so much like the United States, we appear to have lost the right. Hopefully, we can cobble together a win in spite of that. This is gonna give plus 12. Which means we are unfortunately losing to Infinite on the left. Am I? This is 12. So that gives 20 here. And then if I play this here, I'm adding 22. No, we're actually beating Infinite here and here if I put Shiao here. Crazy. So I'm adding 20 left, and I'm adding 22 in the middle. This card is fucking huge, chat. It's so many numbers.
Victory.
We could polymorph the squirrel before we activate. Chat, if I polymorph the squirrel and it turns into like Carnage or Toxin, I lose my shit. Or what, some random 2-drop with a negative power I'm not thinking about. We're beating Infinite in the center. There's no reason to roll the die. Just let it be. Is your Merlin not trained? Trained to fuck me at every opportunity? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes? Yes? Did chat not see the Deep Space game a minute ago? See exactly that. Yes. Bot senses are tingling. Absolutely. That's why we press. That's why we press the button. Oh no! What if they're a Killmonger deck, chat? I've made a terrible mistake. Ruh-roh, Raggy. All right, Maverick and Scarlet Spider still in our deck here. We're about to supercharge one of them on top. Lasher in the deck too. Whoo, doggy. I'll play Core Glass, that way we have the option to show him. Scorpion Deeds! Oh, we should have done Lasher to show it. Yeah, okay.
Hey, I found a rock.
Found a rock.
Opponent snapped.
The bot would never beat me, says increasingly nervous man. Who's ready to draw Scarlet Spider or Maverick here? Or a rock? We should end on Demon in case we want to show the center. Yeah, I guess that's technically correct. I think it's unlikely we want to show the center, but leaving ourselves the option. Xiao's such a cool card. I really love ones that have not only deck building, but sequencing decisions in game. It's going to take me a minute to commit to memory the ideal play patterns, but I'm digging it for sure. What a stinky doo-doo head, Magnus. Not even giving me the cubes I so desperately want. They're my cubes and I want them now. All right, gamers. Well, this one is kind of going exactly how we drew it up so far, which is always a good time. We can take a brief pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. I also just heard my 5-year-old come back in upstairs, home from school. I want to go say hi to her after her first day back. So I'll see you in 120 seconds. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We got a ton of new cards to check out this afternoon still. So much deck building, so little time. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to tap the like button, gamers. Appreciate the folks that did that already today. You ever had these before, gamers? They're really good. Popcorners. They've got there's like a bunch of different flavors. I think the kettle corns are my favorite, but the cheese ones ain't bad either. It's nice non-greasy chip adjacent crunchy thing. This stream isn't sponsored or endorsed by Popcorners, but if you're out there, it certainly could be. Let's talk. Feed me! Chip adjacent crunchy thing. That's a good classification for fruit. I'm gonna patent that one. Some of my best work. Oh my god, the Subterranea shuffled away my Chavez card. That's so rude. This matchup's probably unwinnable for us, yeah? Their linear number is significantly better than ours. Say, actually, are they dead? Their deck didn't really function there, right? I get to fill here to force Scarlet Spider to go center. And then this is a -8, so we get 8, 6, and another 6. We're adding 20 here. Yeah, I think we're actually good to go. It's definitely true that our deck is better into Subterranean than theirs is, right? Because we're not looking for this multi-card combo thing. When both of our decks function at the top level, their deck goes way over the top of ours, but pound for pound, we're more consistent than them in Subterranea. Let's just emphasize that fact more. I got 5 cards today for 20 bucks. It's a pretty good deal. That can't possibly be true. I read on Reddit, Second Dinner tries to sell Marvel Snap cards for $50 each. What do we think of doing this to try and grab priority? So that way if they symbiote Spider-Man, I can power this down with Lasher. Because this might be the Fallen One Galactus deck again here. And I should end on Lasher so I have the option to Shiao it next turn, potentially. Unironically, this is the best draw in my deck because it means I might be able to take out Limbo next turn.
Opponent snapped.
Pro tip, chat.
Escape.
Snap before you have 13 energy. Man, that's so rough for us. Because now I can't Maverick here. I guess there was no reason to kitty here as opposed to somewhere else. Lucky flip on their part. So we'll do this. And then we can Maverick Scarlet Spider. Oh, actually, you know what I want to do? I want to do this. So that way next turn if I draw a 1-drop, I can copy the 1-drop to have a 1-drop to go with Shiao on the last turn. Sad that we didn't get rewarded. 50% to draw 1 next turn at least. I mean, this is a 20-point Scarlet Spider again, yeah? How big is their kitty? Not very big.
Victory.
Are 40 power 4 drops good, chat? I've been out of the game for a little while. Anybody tell me what the going rate for a 4 energy card is? I guess. 40 power 4 drops. Shag is crying in a corner or something like that. Loses to Valk. You only lose half the stats to Valk, actually. Seems pretty good to me. Any thoughts? The best substitute for Lockheed and Maverick? I think you can get away with not playing Lockheed in this deck. He's just like a good 2 that works with our 1s. You need Maverick for this deck. Maverick makes Scarlet Spider better in the games where you don't draw Shiao, and Maverick makes Shiao better in the games where you don't draw Scarlet Spider. Question based on your video. I'm coming back to the game after 2 years. Would it be better to make a new account for player progression or return to your old account? So, the only thing that would be different between starting a new account and picking up with your old one is that new accounts now get a couple of free starter decks, which include, I think it's Call Obsidian and Thanos as a free Series 4 and a free Series 5 card. But you also get a free Series 4 and a free Series 5 snap pack for returning player rewards, so that sounds like a wash. It sounds like you're better off, talking through the permutation here, it sounds like you're better off, keeping your existing account. What those numbers mean. Phantom X! Oh, man. Oh, my poor Sandkissel. I really hope they don't make us wait more than next month for Deadpool's Enter to come back. I would really love more game modes that we just like get to play Snap Out till turn 6. That's so boring that I have to leave there. Will Lockheed happen if you play Agony and merge it into something else? Yes, because you played a 1-cost card that turn. Similar to if you played a 1-cost and it got Killmongered. You'd still get the thing. Yeah, or if you had like a one that banished itself, so they're good call out. Yes, the free pack on the website is a collector Series 5, not a premium Series 5. My poor Maverick. Very surprised they played in the Lockheed path here. Yeah, the Snap Pack contents will automatically open and be added to your account, and you should be able to see in your inbox what the contents was. And then we're hoping for Merlin to roll a Polymorph or a Tuck next turn to clear this hood body out. Losing Maverick to the Weapon X facility is unfortunate. It means we really need to draw Shiao. Oh, them continuing to roll. Lockheed continuing to roll on the Ice Cube instead of Lunasto instead. I mean, this is a 20 power Scarlet Spider again. I play the demon left, so we force the spider center. They have 14 energy here, so we can pardon their pause a little bit. We could get got by Man Spider Fastball Galactus on the right gets us, but we can't play around that. I'm gonna stay for one more. little dragons that could.
Victory.
The fact that they were on Galactus might mean, or sorry, the Galactus first steps might mean that they're not playing below the board away Galactus. There was not anything about more custom card slots in the patch today. However, the UI did update, so I would wager that that's something we're going to see in the future. Is Scarlet Spider playable? It's felt pretty playable. It's been 40 stats for us a few times now this afternoon. Do this to get Shiao going. It's crazy to me that you could have gotten boosters or S5 cards as your bonus rewards if I understand the bonus potential rate. You don't understand the bonus potential rate at all.
Taking aim.
Series 5 snap, a collector's pack is guaranteed to have a card in it. Or if you have all the cards from that pack, you get tokens instead. Unless you're talking explicitly about the bonus rolls, in which case, yes, bonus rolls explicitly can vary between cards or whatnot, but... we did look through the datamines on stream, yeah. Is there a world where we combo a bunch of spiders using Jokast? So that sounds really all in and inconsistent. The goal of this deck is to have backup plans for when we don't have Shiao or when we don't have Scarlet Spider. I would be kind of surprised if Dragon of the Moon is a competitive, useful card, but we'll get to it eventually. If you're having trouble getting the season pass to appear in your web shop, that's because you haven't logged into the game yet. Log into the game on PC or mobile, and then it'll be available in your web shop. All right, then their Falcon stays right here. Really want Maverick or Scarlet Spider next turn. Well, this locks up the right, which is nice for us.
Taking aim. All systems go.
Late Scarlet Spider. Maybe they can't compete for all three. He says, knowing they just beasted their cards back to their hand. Probably losing left and center here. Really needed Maverick. The problem with Xiaolowing Lasher is that it's a ton of points in one lane, whereas Xiaoing Maverick or Scarlet Spider let us split the bonus across two.
Taking aim.
The extra Lockheed punch at the end there.
Victory.
Free-to-play players do not acquire enough tokens to get every Series 5 card at the 6,000 token price. As I covered in my recent economy breakdown video, if you're buying 4,000 token snap packs, you will be acquiring cards faster than Second Dinner releases Series 5 cards. This card is the best season pass card we have had in a little while. It's very, very good. Good thing no one needs all the cards. You don't need all the cards, but it's really cheap to have them in Snap. Which pack let us acquire cards faster than they release? You should go watch my video. I'm not repeating myself again. Give me the clicks. Give me the clicks. How does the new card rate on the Jeff scale? It's really high on the Jeff scale. Lockheed and Shiao are both cards that work with Kitty Pryde, which is one of my all-time favorite cards. This feels like one of those decks that's only fun if you never snap. I mean, most decks are only fun if you never snap. Otherwise, everybody's just going to be leaving constantly while you play the game. That's how Marvel Snap works. Does Xiao Lao count the turn he's played when factoring in what he's buffing? He does, yeah. He won't display that in the reminder on his card, though. So if you play 2 cards the turn you play him, he's going to give 3 more than his text box says. What role does Scarlet Spider play in this deck? Are you aware what this card does? Think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. See, like, I wish I could let my opponent play their thing out here. Like, this is a fun, sweet game for them, but it's just, like, optimal for me to not be here anymore. Now instead of getting to do their thing, I have to leave. I wish it was more optimal for everybody to get to do their thing more frequently. Marvel Snap would be more fun if that was the case.
Legendary.
Shiao working cleanly with Nico's 2x is quite good. I agree with that. I could go Hood Nico here and hope that this gives me a free one, but this works out pretty okay. Joey is not a person. I'm gonna push the button. And then we'll do this, and then we'll Shiao the Maverick next turn. And in a perfect world, one of our 3 1-drops is on top of our deck, so I can Shiao the Maverick and play another card to increase its bonus. Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my. Order! Order in the cart! I'm not out of line, you're out of line! Did we activate Maverick? Why would I activate Maverick last turn? I just want to beat Destroyer here and here, yeah. Shame the Lasher can't activate. Oh shit, they won the raid. Unlucky, unlucky. Joseph pulling one over on us here.
Victory.
Classic, classic Joey. Excellent. Well, this one is going exactly according to plan. I want to play a little bit more with it when we get back so we can get a full highlight for the YouTube side, and then we'll kick along to try out something else with the new cards. Maybe we'll kick the tires on some Dragon of the Moon for the first time today. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Speaking of YouTube, if you're watching on that platform right now, make sure you tap the like button on whatever video you've got in front of you. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Nuisance, thank you for the almost 3 years of support. Gosh, we still got almost 1,500 people in here at almost 4 o'clock Central. Definitely going to be streaming for a little while yet today. Yeah, the new deck selection carousel is stellar. And the biggest QOL chat, I get to sit here with the deck list up on the screen, and we still get to listen to the menu music. Love me the change of music. Hatchet Ninja, thanks for hatching it on into Hooglandia for another month. Appreciate the 22. The menu music is consistently stellar. Their composer has such an incredible range. We're going to PC-only update. Someone said it works on mobile, too. The season feels like a good kickoff to the year. It is. I was so happy to see them doing the free Snap Pack promotion on the web shop again. Start the year off with a banger new season pass card. Generous extras for the people buying on the shop. Good. Once more onto the breach, my dragons. Lovely. Well, you know. This is unfortunate, because it means unless I top deck a 1, I don't have 2 cards next turn. Only 2 1s left in my deck. Oh, and what a 1, chat. What a 1. Are we lashering the Baxter building? I don't think so. Assuredly, I draw Maverick or Scarlet Spider. Yes. Assuredly. Excellent. Opponents let the dog out. Yep, unfortunately, their deck tends to be very interaction heavy. My Maverick's not long for this world, and it's probably optimal for me to leave if they snap. I'm going to activate Lasher to try and grab priority here, so that way when we go into next turn, I can activate Maverick before they try and disrupt it. I haven't had sound out at Marvel Stamp in 3 years. LOL. Viper! There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Unfortunately, we are not grabbing priority here, which means Shadow King and Shang-Chi both ruin our day. The split scream bot. No, this is a human for sure. The long rope into the boomer snap is definitely a tech card.
Escaped.
They're not a bot, I play them a lot. Well, just for reference, the bots use the names of actual humans. That's potentially very spicy for us. Do I just put Surge out in the middle now? Is that crazy? Call me maybe. Feels weird, but I think it's right. Oh, I wonder if they're playing the zombies build like we were earlier. That was a fun list. Probably means Carbotage is a bit better for them than us. We find Shiao, we're probably still okay. I think Maverick means if we find Shiao, we can get it, but without Shiao, we're definitely too far behind, I think. And actually, okay, we found Shiao. Do I want to... I think I'm showing Scarlet Spider, yeah? How much did Penbrode pay you for this Shadow advertisement? He sends me 4,000 gold every single month like clockwork. He knows it's well worth it for getting all of you suckers to buy these terrible cards. Why is that man so giant? Asking the real questions. All right, so this is giving 24 here, which means this is 35, which means I'm adding 45 to the center. Do they ever play more points in the middle? I'm gonna stay for one more, but it's probably right to leave. It's just really boring. This is a game where you want to snap. No, I don't think so, just because Carbotage is really good for my opponent too. I think not playing Kitty turn 5 was more power for Scarlet Spider and Shiao. Shiao is 2 or more. Shiao is not Thena. All the people saying you should play Thena with Shiao are really silly, I think. Okay. They thought we just couldn't beat them in the center. We're beating them center, chat. Holy crap. Don't mind me. Shoot, there it is. Don't you dare, Benjamin. If he kills both our cards, we tie. God bless America, my country. 'Tis of thee Sweet land of liberty, Ben stole these cubes from me. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What? What a dangerous room. Never lucky rubber ducky. I mean, that was a fun street. Okay, I want to make it really clear that I'm not sure there are professional limboers who could get under this bar. But this is easily the best Scarlet Spider deck I have ever played. Shocking, I know, but easily the best Scarlet Spider deck I've ever played. He felt legitimately good. Like, he was 20 points of power in so many of those games, and even in some of the games where Shiao didn't show up, between Maverick and Agony and Chavez and Surge, it felt like he was a reasonable card. A lot of people have been asking for replacements for Lockheed. I think Lockheed's pretty replaceable in this deck and probably most others, honestly. I would wager Lockheed slot optimal just because we're enabling him pretty trivially having a lot of ones, but you could play Theta, who's clunky sometimes, but you're going to activate her plenty probably. You could play another good 2. You could play like an Angela. You could play a Kate, Forge. I think the one card I was most awkward with in this deck is Lasher. Felt kind of clunky consistently. The fact that he didn't let Shiao split his bonus across 2 lanes felt awkward. There isn't a third card that lets us do that though, right? Maverick and Scarlet Spider let us split. Yeah, Okoye is another good shout out for it too. We had Okoye in here before I ran out of slots. Yeah, I don't know what I want. I don't know if there's a different one for Lasher, but I wish I had a third card that let Shiao double his buff across 2 lanes. Yeah. What about Jocasta? I think Jocasta's just clunky. Our activates are already kind of good enough when we activate them one time. I don't think we really need to do it a second time. And the one big upside a Jocasta would provide is being able to activate these in the last turn of the game when you draw them. And usually you're showing on the last turn of the game. All right. I think I want to play some Dragon of the Moon. Do you want to do this next? Dragon of the Moon, steal 1 power from all even-costed cards in all hands. So curves very elegantly after Master Mold here, adding 2 Sentinels. We've got Ronin here, since we want to be a Master Mold deck. We've got Mystique. Does Wong cause Shiao to hit himself? No. Odin would cause Shiao to hit himself if he was your last played card. A card doesn't count as your last played card until it's fully resolved. All right, let's try some Dragon to the Moon, eh? Ooh, I don't like that. I feel like if I click in here to edit, if I click back, does it take me back to... No, that needs some work. I feel like it should probably be smoother from editing here to equipping the deck I just edited. I don't know what that workflow looks like, but I'm not a UI designer, but it feels clunky that I need to click edit and then click back to here and then change this. What do you think about Wave into Dragon of the Moon? I think playing Dragon of the Moon as your payoff after you play a Wave is an incredibly weak payoff. Our opponent might be hulking out. I take a mulligan on our first game.
Escaped.
You can use Pride 2025 with Pride all capital in the web shop for free Pride variant. Nice. Looks like Valkyrie. Yay, art. Very nice. We just bricked a draw on them. Well, I guess Master Molding them again here has diminished returns.
I am Iron Man.
Escaped.
Alright, I'm gonna give it a couple more cubes, but our Moon Dragon experience might be shorter than the other cards. I think I'll be pretty surprised if this card's not the stinker of the week. The types of decks it goes into are just not particularly strong. Cam is not a human, so probably a-okay here. So Dragon of the Moon, gonna steal 1 power from all even costed cards in both players' hand. They bricked a couple of draws. The problem is they're a Hella deck, right? Which means they can discard a bunch of cards here. So the people telling me they've liked Dragon of the Moon with Ajax stuff so far. Yeah, like, putting the card that seems kind of mediocre in with a deck full of otherwise good cards is a fine way to approach it. When Dragon of the Moon help fill a void left in Oddhawk deck. So, Dragon of the Moon probably isn't a good enough card unless it's taking stats away from some of your other cards as well. Like, think about how big, and this is why I'm skeptical this card is playable, is think about how many points of power you typically need from a 3 energy card in order for it to be good and playable. That number tends to be somewhere in the 7+ range in the current Marvel Snap environment, right? And like, your odds of this card providing 7 points worth of value if you have no even costed cards in your hand is like really low. Like it would have to what? Take 3 points from your opponent's cards and have them play 2 of them? Yeah, I think Cassandra Nova is a very good comparison for this card, and Cassandra Nova is typically like 6 power on turn 3, and then she's worth 7 or 8 if they play 1 or 2 cards that she made weaker. That would be the card I would say she's probably most comparable to, or like you're asking like, what does this card do better than my other options? Like Cassandra Nova is like the #1 option vying for a similar spot in your decks. Yes, and Cassandra Nova is a tech card against things like Aeroshim and Thanos, which is also super relevant. The easiest way for those of you at home to know my deck is probably correct at half is because we've got Baron Mordor in it. Everybody knows any deck with him in it's a banger.
The mystery intrigues me.
Oh, are they Living Tribunal playing Martyr for the sake of activating Adam Warlock? I think that's what's going on here.
I am Iron Man.
I'm passively getting +4 here. So this is +6, so this is +7 over here. They don't have energy to Iron Man plus Tau. Oh, they do, don't they? How big's Iron Man Tau in the center? A fucking lot. Cook me, well done, gamer. Oh, yeah.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Activate him for luck.
I am Iron Man.
Alright, I've got one more embarrassing loss before we delete this deck. And probably never play Dragon of the Moon again. The Baron Mordor shall continue until morale improves. We didn't look at any of the auto decks today, actually. Do that next
I
maybe.
am Iron Man.
He should steal 2, yeah, maybe.
Escaped.
Alright. Let's take a pause for the cause. I'm gonna delete this deck and let's sort through what the auto decks look like and figure out what we're playing next. We still got well over 1,000 people hanging out, so we're not going anywhere anytime soon. I appreciate everybody that's here for the Dragon season launch day here for Marvel Snap. If you're watching this on YouTube right now and you enjoy the content, make sure you tap the like button wherever you're at. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Can I replace Dragon of the Moon with Heimdall since their tech seems similar? LOL. I just don't see how this isn't worse than just, like, playing Ajax without this stuff. Like, I don't know. This deck's probably fine, but it's fine because Ajax is fine, not because you want to play Master Mold and Dragon of the Moon in it. Also, like, no tech cards here other than Luke Cage. You're just going to try and go pound for pound and compete on rate with people, which doesn't seem something that's going to end in your favor too often. This is adorable. Only 3 1-drops is nonsense. Want more than that, but I like the texture of Shiao Odin with Wicked as well. Wicked Shiao could be fun. I changed some of the details here, but the Wicked Shiao sounds reasonable. Are there 0 ways to buff Clay in this deck? Miko +2 and that's it. This might be one of the most drunk, like, usually when I look at the auto deck, it's at least like, okay, I see the vision here. But like, this one is like, I don't know what's going on here exactly. It's like, this looks like some AI slop, yeah. Vision isn't even in the deck, Hogland. LOL. Can we play Shiao Reanimator? I didn't actually build Shiao Reanimator. I like put 2 cards in and I got stuck. Does Kid Omega-ing Shiao with fire hair? That doesn't work, right? If I Kid Omega Shiao with fire hair out, fire hair tries to buff the dead Shiao, right? Which I think is enough reason not to play this. Because the Shiao that just died was my last played card. When you Kid Omega it. Yeah, I think that's enough reason not to explore this. How'd the last deck perform? The Rodent deck was awful. Both the Shiao decks we've played have felt good. I like the idea of Sage Odining Shiao. I don't hate the idea of Grandmastering Shiao either. That seems fine. Actually, is Odining Shiao actually better than Absorbing Manning it? I guess Odin gives us the flexibility to play another card and then Odin the Shiao after, whereas when you Absorbing Man Shiao, you have to Absorbing Man Shiao the Shiao. So you get a little bit of added flexibility. Yo dog. I want another one. I think I'm cutting Surge. Snowguard's an interesting thought. I think that's too much clutter for my hand, though. Maria Hill only generating 1 card, I think, is better there. That's probably just Spider Ham, yeah. You cut Merlin? That sounds like nonsense. You need Merlin to clear Hood's body, and Hood is good here. Iceman. Iceman could be okay. I don't know. I think Ham's better than Iceman still. Oh, there's not a Nico in this deck. That's interesting. My brain had just shortcutted to there's a Nico in here. And there definitely isn't. I like the disruption of him though. That's true. You don't always want to play Nico on 1. I'm gonna do this. Slightly less odd reveals makes Grandmaster easier to manage as well. Which is nice. take a 2/4. And that's probably a human question mark. You should snap here if you were playing for keeps before the Merlin flips up, just so we're clear. I don't think I want to brick a draw, which playing Kate would do. She died. She had 2 cards to my hand, and then Merlin adds 1 next turn. Oh, look at an Agent Venom. Lockheed's probably a fun one inside of, like, Bass Spice Rack stuff, yeah? That's the big best. So Shiao explicitly cares about the last character that she played. So it doesn't matter that I once and futured in between here. But I do kind of want to end on this in case I draw... In case I draw Absorbing Man. Means I miss 3 points on this, though. This is kind of the clunkiness of Grandmaster, though. He's a card that's so awkward if you're not really well set up. There's a big boy. I can add 16 on the right. Is it a play for all 3 kind of angle? Shame we missed on Absorbing Man and Odin for show.
Victory.
Marvel retreat! Marvel retreat! Weapon X is one of those cards from last season, chat, where, like, I knew, like, 20 minutes into playing, and I was like, I'm realistically not going to play this card much once it's no longer the season pass card and weekend missions are over. Quite the opposite. Shiao is the type of card where I'm like, we are going to play so much of this card this year. There are going to be lots of flavors of this in lots of ways. This card, and more specifically the supporting cast around it, just do so many of the types of things I really enjoy doing in SIP. Tim is not a human being.
Opponent snapped.
think I'm playing out Grandmaster, just empty slots in my hand. Oh, he does count the cards I've already played for the turn. That's so good. I said earlier he didn't do that. I was mistaken. Once they're out on the board, he does count them. Man, I really wanted to Odin Shiao, but this is too juicy now. Ready for that big old bot retreat?
Are ye worthy?
I assume we're losing the left, and that's why they stayed.
Wind aid.
They tried to tug their own rug. You can't do that on stream. Not gonna lie, chat. I puckered a little bit when my 12 power Maria Hill died. I was like, oh no, did we just lose that? Classic second dinner. Drude, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. I know there's a ton of great people you can support with every month with that on Twitch. Thanks for doing it this way. If it's a direct support like that or a big part of why I'm able to do what I do as a job. Thanks for keeping me around. Wow, that's pretty annoying. Means that they get another point here. I'm at the airport waiting for a delayed flight. Where's my gym? Asking the real questions. Nightmare's a little terrifying. Without Shiao, my deck kinda doesn't have numbers, yeah?
Opponent snapped.
Like, how am I supposed to win the game here? I think we don't is the answer. We just leave. Which that might be a problem. Someone just asked this deck versus the zombie deck that we were playing, and the zombie deck has a very real plan for when Shiao doesn't show up. This one probably doesn't, right? Is there an alternative we could be playing? Should we be like a Victoria hand deck, maybe? The Burns! Thanks for taking a couple of bucks from Jeffrey Bezos and sending them my way. He won't even notice it, I promise. All right, I need to draw a 1 or a 2. So we are 5 out of 7 to have active Wiccan this game. Any 1 or 2 keeps the Wiccan train rolling. Very nice, very nice. Bam. I think I do this and vibe on the Red Guardian for now. Punish for not playing it upline. Man. I think it's this, and I give them a turn with this. Sprague, thank you for the 19 months. I could just do this. And then Wicked or Shiao are both really good here. Bag of dicks.
Are ye worthy?
Oh, and I ended on Kitty, so I can't shout this turn. That was a mistake. I should have ended on Red Guardian. Things to think about. Or did I guess wrong? Are we gonna acid arrow here? It's a 17 setter. They're gonna gain 6 more over here at a minimum. This would be a lot over here, right? 24 and then 25, then 8, 30 something. Gotta be good enough, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait, shit. Shit! We're 1 short? Fuck, we're 1 short. Flipped heads that should have flipped tails, chat. Out of 1 with the Shiao in the center. Also punished for I would have won this game with better variants. Like this sucked for us and this coin flip sucked. However, and this is if you want to get better at games, you can't focus on the variants you can't control. If I would have gone Kitty Red Guardian to be able to Shiao on 5 so I could Absorbing Man Shiao on 6, we would have won this game, I think. It's actually incredible to me how many people think Shiao is Theta. If you wanted a drinking game for streams this week, take a shot every time someone asks why you're playing more than 2 cards with Shiao. Shiao is not Theta, gamers. Shiao is not Theta. Shiao is 2 or more. That is why these Shiao decks are not Theta decks. What about Shiao Thanos with Strange Supreme? I mean, Thanos is a good deck, so you could just put whatever cards you want in a good deck and it'll be fine. That was a very rude Iceman. Hopefully Sakar here does us a solid. Them losing their Iron Man is good for us.
Worthy.
That's nice. Very nice. Very nice. Porking Angela. Probably dead here, question mark. I mean, I guess that's okay. And on Red Guardian to give myself the option to Absorbing in here. Alright, if we top deck Shiao, we might still beat it to win it. What's a good sub for Merlin? 6,000 collector's tokens. Merlin is legitimately one of the individually best cards in this game. You should make it your next token purchase. In fact, I would go so far as to say, if you've spent collector tokens on literally anything else before Merlin in your collection, you probably fucked up. He's so good and important. Without Iron Man, I think we're good here. This card is so many numbers, it's unreal.
Victory.
It's so big. It's so big. Shiao with Mysterio works like Galacta, yes. Buffing the leftmost. No, he's the last card played, so he'd be the rightmost, generally speaking. Some asterisks in there, but I would expect him in most situations to buff your rightmost. When will second dinner learn that +3 is the devil's stats? Wow. I mean, that seems pretty good for me, yeah. I said it earlier, if neither 3 nor 4 cost cards can be +3, maybe 5 cost cans. I mean, 5 cost cards have been, like, pretty underpowered in Marvel Snap for a while now. It's really unfortunate we missed our what's it called? Our 1 drop on 1. Oh, me, oh my! Spider-Ham is such a busted card. It's just so good at what it does. They're playing the zombie build though, so they've got a backup plan. Absorbing me and plus another could definitely get us here. Oh, they do have my Absorbing Man, don't they? Guaranteed. I'm going to 10. I'm going to 15 here. Yeah, we'll live for 1. I wish Ham porked slower. You hear that a lot, don't you? Roasty toasty. Roasty toasty. Does the order matter here for face down kitty? The order does matter because Shiao buffs your last played card. So you want to play the kitty out first, or the kitty out second, so that way we're buffing the Wiccan there. I'll take your finest acid arrow, please, Miss Bishop. Watch them also have Kate and Phil to center on us. Oh, shit! What do the kids say, chat? YOLO? They're gonna have Pim Arrow instead of acid, and we're gonna be cooked in the center. Sick. Oh, chat. I have some really unfortunate news that I think is gonna change how some of you feel about me, so I've been avoiding sharing it. So maybe earmuffs if you don't want to think less of me as a human being. But I do have to share that unfortunately today is my last day in the 25 to 34 age bracket. So if some of you need to move on to watch a younger, hipper Marvel Snap streamer, I'll be disappointed, but I'll understand. I'm no longer in the most desirable age bracket. Two boomer, I'm out. Understandable. Understandable. Okay, so I'm gonna Tribunal into Shiao into Absorbing Man Shiao Grandmaster, one of them, yeah? And I can put this here. Forest Walker, thank you for the 14 months. Happy early birthday, may your knees click less.
Such is my judgment.
Such is my judgment. Oh, my Shiao actually wasn't that big there, huh? It was only 6. Why do we have 8 energy? Oh, because I Wickened. I think it's still just this, yeah? This is still the most points. Each of these are +9, yeah? Odin is more? No, it's not. Because I'm not guaranteed to Grandmaster the Shiao if I do it that way. This gets me 2 rounds of Shiao triggers. Right? So it's 9, 9, and then their base is 8. Whereas this is 18. And the Odin line could be more, but isn't guaranteed. This is a guaranteed 23. 9, 9, and sorry, math. 9, 9, and 8 is 26. Whereas if I do this, I get 9, 8, and 3, which is 20, and then it's a coin flip for the extra 9. So this is guaranteed 26 versus 20/29 on a flip. So I think this is ideal. Nice. Cool showing for our Grandmaster and Absorbing Man there.
Victory.
So is that I don't know what the age demographic of your stream is, but I'm 43. My age demographic skews older than the average video game content on Twitch. This mostly hasn't moved since we moved to Marvel Snap. And actually, fun fact, my audience with Marvel Snap is actually older on average than it was when I was making Magic the Gathering content. So 25 to 34, that bracket I made the joke about aging out of is the largest here by a small margin, but 35 to 44 is the second, followed by 18 to 24 and 45 to 54. And then to really emphasize that the Hoaglandia audience is focusing on not the children, the 65 plus bracket in Hoaglandia is bigger than the under 18 bracket. I think that's the number one that, like, we're not really kids watching games here. That's true too. Part of the audience being older than Magic is probably a lot of my audience aged with me. So I was, 20 something when I started streaming Magic. Oh my goodness! A free Viper to go with my hood? It's like Christmas, Benjamin. He's so giving sometimes. $43 with a 2-week-old newborn, I'll never be able to retire. I mean, they'll be 18 by the time you're about 60, yeah? Merlin makes Viper significantly less good here. Oh, wait, I just punched him in the mouth, yeah? Absolutely, absolutely. And they only had one shot. Oh my goodness, porking. The number one thing I took away from playing so much, what's it called? From playing so much Aurora is we should all be playing more Spider Ham. I feel is something I feel pretty confident of. Huh. I think it's right to give up my Wicked Energy and the Shiao value to Viper here. It's close, though. Them only playing one card is super rewarding. I constantly splash ham if I have space. I just went over how I'm too old to understand what the children are saying, but is splash ham something they're saying these days? It sounds like something the kids would be into. Gee, what are you doing, kids? Just splashing some ham. I can't splash ham as often as I used to because I'm over 40 now. Yep. Don't look up splash ham on the Urban Dictionary. Oh my gosh. Is that actually a term? I feel like I have to now. No, not there. Not there. Don't you do it. I had to check. It's not there yet. Someone's making the page as we speak. Ant-Man avatar feels suspiciously bot-like. Probably a human? Probably a human. So long, New York. Would enjoy not dealing with the truffle shuffle on the last turn of the game. Ooh, that's potentially very spicy. What do you think of this? I think I'm into it. Sure! Then we have another thing to polymorph over there again? That's exciting. Damn it, Spider-Ham! I've been saying such nice things about you, and this is how you repay me? Holy, Merlin is on one. What a champion. Sarah is scary. Very. I think I actually have to leave, which is sad. Just like Ajax costs 2, Hazmat costs 1, Luke Cage costs 1. I really needed Shiao. If I had Shiao, we could cope stakes. I could Red Guardian plus Shiao, but I guess if they're staying for 1, we'll stay for 1. Might as well. But I want to make it clear that it's optimal to leave here. Oh, Red Guardian actually wasn't even taking that many away because they didn't spend all their energy that many turns. Yeah, Odin would have been a bit bigger. Center is a good call out. God, if we'd have had Shiao, we'd have crushed him. Chat, you know, I think it's one of the biggest endorsements of the new card I could give. It's so much fun to play, I keep forgetting we need to take an ad break and having to use my snoozes. All right, we need to roll an ad after this one so it doesn't come up in the next gameplay. I just want to click the play again button. Secondary definitely found a great spot for 5 drops. Completely agree. They were like the most underserved spot on the curve for a long time. You would have snapped at some point in here, just for clarity's sake, if I wasn't not snapping. But, you know. I want to shuffle before I surge. What I'm struggling with the sequence here. It's like I kind of want to get rid of Hood's body, but I want to shuffle before I surge. I don't want to shuffle away my surge bonus. We are, unfortunately, all dressed up with nowhere to go. don't have. I don't know if there's another payoff we could reasonably play in this deck, but we've definitely struggled with the games where Shiao doesn't show up. And deck's popping otherwise, but really important that we draw what our deck is named after here. Their copycat is borked. That's not a thing. I can put 15, 17 points in the middle. And a few more on the right. I mean, that might do it. I'll stay for one. All dressed up. Hey, Grok, take this deck's clothes off. Oh my god, I hate you. I hate it so much. Shuffling in cards with Merlin doesn't help for Xiao's consistency either. Yeah, that's definitely true. That's an under talked about aspect of Merlin. Oh, gross. Did I win the right? I'm a little behind because of the sewer system. We're only tying here, and then we lose the breaker. That's sad. Man, that's sad. We would have beat any other things in the center, too. We did some type of miracle on a Savage Lands. That was close. That's close, considering we just didn't have any numbers left. If my transform had been slightly better here and I'd gotten more than 6, although 6 is probably pretty average for a 4. Alright, I absolutely want to play more with this one because I'm having a good time and Xiao is a sweet card, but we do need to take a quick pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere today, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying what we've been checking out, make sure you tap the like button on whatever video you're watching. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick, BRB. Unfortunately, Moon Dragon seems like a really mediocre card. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being the worst card this season. Just give a quick skim of everything that's come in, but yeah, I think my expectation is Dragon of the Moon's probably going to be the worst card this season. Mediocre is my favorite kind of card. I mean, I like a lot of mediocre cards too. It's just mediocre while also not being particularly novel, right? It basically feels like weird / worse Cassandra Nova. Worse than Lockheed. I don't know who you've been getting your card opinions from, but Lockheed's almost assuredly a very reasonable card. think it's just this, question mark.
Are ye worthy?
All right. So Shiao is +9. Hey Jeff, I've been watching since Slap launched. I didn't know we shared a birthday. What's going on, Bonus? Happy early birthday to you too. Fun fact, chat. This is one of those intro to probability type questions that you love. You love to This is one of those things that like really hammers home how not intuitive probability is for most people. Is that if you have at least 23 people in a group, the odds that 2 of those people share a birthday is over 50%. It's always one of those, you work through the calculations on that with your introduction to probability class to really hammer home to the students who are typically college freshmen like, oh, I'm not going to intuit most probability calculations. And if you're not familiar with that one, the Wikipedia page on it is pretty good. Which usually if you're teaching a typical class, you introduce that one by, if you're teaching an average class of like 20 to 30 people, you're a coin flip to have a matching birthday, and you like collect birthdays and then talk about it. I'm still trying to Wikipedia splashing ham over here. God bless. I think Kitty. The sequencing choices Shiao leads to are really interesting. Cause like, I would start on Maria Hill, but I think because Shiao is a card we're playing to, I want to go Kitty into Maria, Kitty into like, Kitty or Maria Hill's 2-drop plus Kitty. Or now we can Hood. Lovely. I guess if I don't Kate this turn, I'm not going to have a good window to play her, and I don't want to play another card that comes back to my hand here, I don't think. So let's do this. I also don't want to brick a draw. I'd like to draw Wicked next turn, and I want to give myself the most chances to find Shiao. One of my second year's classes 2 decades ago, I was a part of a trio in a class of 20 that shared a birthday. Now that's pretty unlikely. Cerebro 3. Yeah, it could be. Looking more and more likely here. So, I actually, if you go back and look last turn, I didn't say why, but I shuffled the order I had played my cards in there. So that way I ended on Pim Arrow. So this way, if I top decked Shiao this turn, I could have the option to play it and pump this. But I'm actually not sure if that's ideal here, huh? I think it is, because I want the ability to Red Guardian of Cerebro if they play it this turn, I think. Ooh, they tucked in the Baku. Wanding on a location that was safe for you as Cerebro is bold.
Victory.
I have not watched Stranger Things, no. I think I watched the first season, like, when it first came out a decade ago. But I usually make a point not to watch Netflix shows until after they cancel them. Because I really dislike waiting 2 years in between seasons of shows coming out. It's really tedious and unacceptable. It is finally done, so I might at some point put it on the list, but usually taking 2 years to make 8 to 10 episode seasons is just freaking wild in my mind. Well, Wiccan's gonna be active, but Mindscape sucks. Well, I don't need to play Merlin to reroll this anymore. That's the secret to video games, by the way, too, chat. I'll never understand why people are always in such a hurry to buy and play a non-live service video game. As any single player stuff, like the perfect time, in my opinion, to play a single player video game is like when it's finally gone 6 months to a year without getting a patch. Because then the game's actually done. All right, so let's do this. And then I'll go Absorbing Man into Grandmaster. Yeah, it's annoying. Makes my Grandmaster not consistent. Oh, I forgot Valley of the Hand was bringing... Oh, shit. Well, that's awkward. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Oh, maybe I should have Odin the left, actually. It's fine. This is a loser bot.
Power must be controlled.
Okay.
Victory.
I work in games, and I often only buy games that my friends have worked on. Otherwise, I play Genshin. Yep. Yep. Honestly, as someone who beat Witcher 3 on regular and New Game Plus, having an RPG with a never-ending story is kind of just something I always wanted. That's what Genshin is. It's like I know how the systems work. That's the toughest part of like every RPG is like having to like fumble. I feel like in every game, every regular RPG game, by the time I have a good grip on how the systems in the game work, I'm done with it. Oh wow, this is potentially really good for us. There are updates to make dailies better this year. Made it so free. Yeah, I had been playing Genshin daily for like, I don't know, probably 2.5 years at that point, and I was ready to put it down. And then they rolled out a way to like make dailies less tedious, and I was like, okay, I'm sticking with it. It fixes the problem I had. They're doing another Witcher 3 DLC this year. Really? Like one that's like the size of Blood and Wine? Or like how big is it? Like what does DLC mean? That's kind of a broad term. It's rumored to be the size of Blood and Wine, and it'll be a tie-in for Witcher 4. That's sick. I never got around to playing any of the Witcher 3 DLCs. Blood and Wine for Witcher 3 is a longer, better game than most standalone RPGs. If you enjoyed the base Witcher 3, Blood and Wine is very good. The other one was good too. I forget what that one was called. Hawk mid, Odin left. This is only +6 this turn is the problem. I guess this means I'm tying the center. Yeah, it's probably fine. It plays for all three. Heart of Stone, yeah. Oh, this is bad. I think they're only playing right if they're beating the 16. They're probably getting shanged. I think I've allowed myself to get Twitch chatted. Yeah.
Power must be controlled.
Ooh, we win the breaker? Win the breaker, sicko.
Victory.
Sick. So lucky. Yeah, I've heard good things about Cyberpunk. That one's old and mature enough that at some point I'll get around to it, I think. My plan when I retire someday, chat, is I'll just play all those video games I bought, never had time for you. That's what millennials are gonna do. Instead of golfing, we'll just like play our Steam and PlayStation library. Do we know, have they said, obviously, release dates aren't firm and technically don't mean anything, but like, have they said what their goal is for releasing Witcher 3 as far as dates go? Or Witcher 4? You know, whatever that other one is. Snap. I don't snap. Chat. Snapping makes my opponent sleep, and I want them to play the game. Do we want to end on the grapple to pull Wicked into the bar? Nah, I think pulling the basic into the bar is fine. Wicked's bigger on the left.
Clear for takeoff.
The Shiao actually isn't very big here the way I ended up sequencing. It's only +6 twice, but even at +6, it's like still pretty good. We porked their Ajax, by the way, for people that weren't here earlier. Do they ever beat this? Not with Ajax gone, right? This gives me +15 on the left, up to 43. Oh, I can Odin the right, and then it'll send it center. Yeah, that's better. They could Man-Thing the left. Does that beat me?
Are ye worthy?
Wait, what? Oh my god, if I just got Twitch chatted out of this fucking game, I'm gonna be so mad. Alright, we won the breaker at least. Grandmastering the Odin doesn't re-trigger the Odin. That's really weird and dumb. That is very, very weird and dumb. I'm sure that that's considered a feature for, like, preventing loops. But that is not intuitively how I would expect that to work. Yeah, it must be some type of catch for making sure you don't accidentally infinite. Gosh, chat, it's 5 o'clock and we still got 1,000 people in here. Y'all are great. This season seems great. Good to be here. Sandbar again. Wake up, sheeple. Look how rigged this is. And Fisk Tower in the center for my Grandmaster deck. Holy. Benjamin is out to get us. No. It's also bad for them at least. God bless us, everyone. Sometimes not completely unlucky, Rubber Ducky. Is Token Tuesdays good value or nah? Token Tuesdays is actually one of the singular worst ways you can spend your resources in Marvel Snap. It is actively very bad. which was not the case previously, but it is now one of the worst ways you can spend your resources. It used to be one of the best. That is now one of the worst. I think I need to try and not play Kitty because I don't want to. I want to actually get cards out of my hand. The number one best thing to spend your resources on are the bundles that have currency plus a Series 4 or 5 card that you are missing. The second best thing are the 300 and 600 gold booster packs that give you a good chunk of credits. Because the ratio of credits to stuff in them is very good. Does update fix the Android client? I don't know. I asked that question earlier and nobody could give me a particularly firm answer. False! The best way to spend your resources is on Nico Minaru variants. It's hard to argue with the facts. I need a dragon. I need a dragon. Feeling very dead. Yeah, Grandmaster's definitely been clunky as expected. We'll limp for one here, but I think we're cooked. Oh, they have their own absorbing, man. Yeah, fair. Oh, would I have won with the other half of that? I don't think so, right? Would I have won simply not moving a card from the right? I think I'd have won simply not moving a card from the right, right? If I would have just gone Demon Kitty, we win there. Would have been +3. Definitely don't want 2 cards from Maria Hill. Double Psylocke's pretty good. Ooh. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. And I have priority next turn, which means that I get to punch this Iron Man in the mouth before they can, for reference, you should snap this hand before when the last turn flipped up. Now obviously we're not snapping. I just don't snap when we're playing on the ladder because I don't want everybody to leave. Whew! Wrong order for Absorbing Man. You are 100% correct. That was the wrong order. How's the Dragon of the Moon card? Absolutely terrible. Probably one of, if not the worst release this month. Oh, I ordered in case we drew Shiao, but I'm actually just gonna brick my draw here, yo. Because Kitty's coming back to my hand. That's fine. We're gonna win the game. Or we're pretty set even without it, but. Worst release this year, absolutely. Absolutely the worst release this year. Might be overcommitting left here. I'm only going to. They just didn't compete on the race. That's great for us. This was my hope that they think they can't compete right.
Power must be controlled.
Cool. All right. You should expect Shang-Chi on a negative, by the way.
Victory.
The most popular negative builds have been playing Shang-Chi for a little bit now. Most of last month and before. This build was fun. I think this was probably the least consistent of the builds that we played so far, though. Grandmaster was a little clunky with our cheap on reveals, and I don't know what, but I really need a different number maker in this deck, I think. I don't know that there's an easy answer for that, but in the games where Shiao was buried, we struggled to make sufficient numbers on the board. And it could be that you could just bail out in those games, but having some type of redundancy probably would have value here. All right, let's take a pause for the cause. Let some adverts roll, and we'll see what we're doing when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna shoot it for a little while yet. Miss a lot. Thanks for not missing much, Hoaglandia. Becoming our latest Shillionaire. Be sure to ping me on the Discord side to get access to Beverly Shills in the Hoaglandia Discord server. You are our 325th Shillionaire redemption. So our next Shillionaire will now only have to spend 999,675 shillings. All right, what do we want to build next? We could do bounce. We could do Angela stuff. I kind of like the idea of doing Angela stuff. I just picked up the Game of the Year for Witcher 3 for $10. I've never played it. It's very solid. I'm not ready to do that. That's a few days. That's a few days later. I feel like I want to do Angela stuff. Have you done Scarlet Spider? I did, yeah. If you missed it earlier, activate Scarlet Spider with Maverick. It's gonna be the highlights out of the YouTube channel. I think that's my favorite of the ones we've played so far. Do I need hope here? I don't know that I need hope here. Agony works profitably with Elsa, right? If I like Agony on slot 3, I can play a card on 4, Elsa will pump it, and then Agony will merge in. Pretty sure that's how that works. Let's try this. Sir Mix-a-Lot, you should now have access to Beverly Shills on the Discord side. Thanks again. Elsa pumps the card before it reveals. So, to trigger my old Magic the Gathering players here for a moment, the way Elsa is templated in Marvel Snap is basically an intervening if clause, where she has to check that her condition is met when you play the card and when it reveals. So, in order for Elsa to pump something, it has to be in the 4th slot, both when you stage it face down and when you flip it up. Hey, Mix-a-Lot, thank you for the gift subs as well. I'm a little sad that Agony got courted here, but at the same time, that means my Maverick's not getting courted, so Godspeed. I haven't played 2 cards on any of these turns yet, which feels problematic. You know, maybe I'm supposed to... Oh, there's Shiao. Maybe I would say maybe I'm supposed to wait on the Maverick to Shiao the Maverick. I started with a gift sub almost 5 years ago, and now I'm a shillionaire, and you can be too. God bless us, everyone. With this still going, we'll wait a second to activate Maverick. With Shiao costing 6, do we even plan to play at this game? Yeah, I think so, because we got their hope. Gross. It's gonna give 9. We died there, Shiao? Question mark. Yeah. Not a stellar open for us there. Did not have a lot of good early turns. Of course, getting Agony and Maverick tagged by interactive bits didn't do us any favors. I mean, assuredly they play something center this turn, yes? Noise? Although, how does the templating on this work? I always forget the timing on this. I think this goes after my end of turns, yeah? Question mark? Sam, for those that didn't see it, now throws out his shield when you play him as an on-reveal. Iron Patriot's gonna go before Lockheed. Curses. Ooh. Oh, Sammy boy, Elsa, you are enabling. Do 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 do. Second read. That was the Iron Patriot card, wasn't it? Sure was. Sure was. What do we think? I think it's Nightcrawler here, Zombie Sentry here, and then we have Kitty, Shiao next turn. I think I do this the other way though, right? Because I give you the option to Shiao the Nightcrawler. Oh, this bricks the Horde. It does, doesn't it? I always forget that it has to be other location. I guess I should play the Merlin and the Kitty then. So this puts me down to 10, and then this puts me up to 20, and then in the center, this gives me... I'm counting. This is plus 9. This is giving 12. So this gives me 14 here, and then 5 over here. Do I want to compete here? I feel like I want to keep him honest on the right.
Victory.
In today's Hellscape news, Google Docs now offers an option where you can train the AI and then it will write like you. Man, I am really not looking forward to helping my children navigate high school. And even I assume it's gonna be a problem before they're done with junior high even. If it's free, that means you're the product. Absolutely. Boop. I'm supposed to move the rocket ingrid here. Although leaving it on the right side seems fine for us. Did they think they were discarding? I wonder if they thought they were discarding the 0 there. I was hoping for a way to get rid of this. Can't spell left. Agony, Agony does not attach to spells, question mark? I'm like 90% sure Agony does not attach to spells. I'm not gonna say 100%, but I'm gonna say 90%. Jeff Hogland 1, Twitch chat 0. Thank you, I'll be here all week. That's not new as of this patch. It's new as of a patch or two, though. It came up earlier in the week, and people were surprised when it did. Oh, I'm not playing a 1 cost. That's true. So this is better. This is better. Trigger the dragon. Oh wow, that's spicy. That is not what I'd considered for doubling that up. Okay. Surfer is weird. I think we're losing the breaker here. We're tying the right. Up 10. They're gonna be up 12 once Lockheed triggers. Yeah, close. Vanishing is Lockheed's whole deal, so him disappearing during the animation is likely intended. Yeah, that would make sense. It does look a little bit like it could be bugged, though, if you're not familiar with his. You're not familiar with his backstory. German Fastos is pretty good. Kitty into Shuri's Lab is pretty good. We've had a lot of Kitty into Shuri's Lab today. Wait, this works how I want, yeah. Still can't communicate with matchmaking. I haven't heard anybody else report they're having issues connecting to matchmaking, Ranjim. Probably want to report it to Second Dinner people if you're having an issue. At least they didn't stab us.
Escaped.
So, I feel like my unsurprising takeaway from day one Shiao stuff is that the builds that felt like they had other things to do other than just the new card as payoffs felt like they were easily the best. So I think my two favorite decks that I'll have highlights, one tonight, and then I think this one's gonna go up tomorrow morning, is this build where Shiao was a second piece of on-reveal top end for the zombies build, because a lot of these cards work well with both parts of the package. And then the highlight that's going to go up tonight, I'm going to get this formatted and uploaded. I'll probably publish in about half an hour or so once YouTube has the time with it, was this one. To set a low bar if you weren't here earlier, this was the best Scarlet Spider deck I've ever played by a lot. We had a lot of 20 plus power Scarlet Spiders. And this deck with Maverick kind of acting as a secondary payoff and things like Agony and America Chavez and Surge, you weren't just all in on Shiao, having that be your only way to pump stuff up. I am planning to be back for a full day of all Marvel snapping tomorrow is the game plan. So if you want to data dive into what people have been playing on the Untapped tracker to kick the season off with the new cards and everything else, we'll be doing that bright and early tomorrow morning. Make sure you're following here on Twitch or subscribe over on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel. And hopefully we'll see you back again tomorrow for a good full day of Snap-a-lapping. Appreciate the folks that were here. We peaked over 2,000 concurrent viewers between the two platforms when the season dropped off, and we're just barely under 900 or so now, but I've been live for 8.5 hours and I'm feeling the drag. I need to go pick the kiddos up from extracurricular here in a minute. So I'm gonna get that YouTube video formatted. Hopefully we'll see some of y'all back again tomorrow. Peace, folks.